Good evening. My name is John Ray, Chair of the Select Board. I would like to call the Select Board meeting for June 8th, 2026 to order at 7:30 p.m. The meeting is being conducted in accordance with the provisions of the open meeting law. In order to preserve the integrity of the interview process and ensure fairness to all applicants, the interview portion of tonight's meeting will not be live streamed. The interviews will be recorded and will be released to the public at a later date. The live stream will start after the interview portion of the meeting, and the remainder of the meeting will be streamed live and recorded as usual. If you're attending in the audience tonight, I ask that you please put your cell phones away. Each applicant will not have the questions in advance, and we don't want any applicants to get any questions that could come up during the interview process. Before we begin, I'll state the members of the Select Board who are in the room, and please reply with present. Leslie Rutan.
Present.
Jeff Ostagai.
Present.
Julian Hurst.
Present.
Mike Thiessen.
Present.
And I am present. And with that, our first, well, open to public comment. If anyone has public comment, limited to 3 minutes. Just name and address, please.
Just a quick one. Jeff Amberson, 260 Green Street. I'm hoping that maybe the board could remind folks that putting yard sale signs on monuments that are up there for fallen soldiers is not a really respectful thing to do. You know, it happened in the past. It kind of went away for a while, but noticing that people are, advertising on the poles that are within the monuments. So just that, like I said, it's not respectful. It's not while they're there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Agreed. Yep.
Thank you, Mitch Cohen, 12 Whitney Street. Quick comment about the agenda packet for tonight. It was missing the application materials for the 3 candidates, which I found surprising in the interests of transparency. The board's always included them. When Stephanie was hired, the board included the agenda packets for all applicants, and the same with the police station, and the same with the prior town administrator a few years beforehand. So I would recommend.
We handed them out today in paper form.
Okay, the agenda packet that goes online always listed them, and in my opinion, should, in the interest of transparency, so the public can think about things ahead of time. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, go right ahead.
Good evening. Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Hi, Keith. Mike, nice to meet you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So this is our first candidate. His name is Keith Darling, and I just wanted to quickly go over the process, Keith. The Select Board have been given interview. They came up with interview questions. Each candidate will receive the same questions. They might ask you follow-up questions afterwards. I have given them scoring sheets, so each candidate will have a scoring sheet. And at the end, I will aggregate all of the scores, give them back to the board. There will be no vote tonight. And at the conclusion of the interview, you can have a follow-up conversation, make any statements you'd like, any questions to the board. Best of luck.
Thank you. And then just keep the quick on process. You'll get questions from the Select Board and our town administrator's staff. You may see folks taking notes just to collect our thoughts and be able to make sure we're accurately getting the answers. But thank you for coming tonight. Looking forward to the interview.
Thanks for having me.
So shall we begin?
We shall.
Be good.
Okay. So thank you for coming. The first question is kind of a general question, and it is, please tell us about yourself and why the town of Northborough and the Northborough Fire Department are a good professional fit for you.
Sure. So again, Keith Darling, born and raised, in North Attleboro, Massachusetts. I've lived there most of my life. I graduated high school there, and in my youth I got into scouting, which sort of started my journey towards leadership and my interest in leadership, and also drew me to the military. Out of high school, I went to the United States Army, and I served as an infantryman. And over the course of my time in the military, I slowly promoted to the point where I was in charge of an 8-person squad, 2 multi-million-dollar armored vehicles, and all the associated equipment, and the welfare training and upkeep of all that equipment and those personnel. While I was in the military, I saw a few people get hurt, didn't really know what to do with the limited medical training I had, and that drew my interest to a post-military career of emergency medical services. Out of the Army, I got into EMT school, then intermediate school, ultimately became a paramedic, been a paramedic instructor. Absolutely love that work, and that's what drew me to the fire service. I had met some firefighters in the military, really had an incredible interest in firefighting and emergency medical services, and post-military was able to achieve that dream. I joined the Franklin Fire Department in 2001. I've been with them ever since. Over the years, have promoted lieutenant, captain, battalion chief, sit atop the deputy's promotion list for the last 4 years. Also, in my tenure at Franklin Fire, I was the public educator for over 10 years and developed a community risk reduction program where we went and developed a smoke detector installation program, a fall prevention program, a home visit program for senior citizens. And to date, we've installed hundreds of smoke detectors and had a real impact. And that was really, I did that as a firefighter, and that was a crowning achievement that we're still proud of there at the fire department today. Moving on from there, in the mid-2000s after Katrina, I got into the Federal Disaster Medical Assistance System, National Disaster Medical System, and joined Rhode Island 1 DMAT as a paramedic. We deploy throughout the United States and its territories anytime there's any sort of a need. It could be the COVID pandemic, it could be hurricanes, 9/11. We were, not me personally, but the team was at Ground Zero. Most recently, I deployed to North Carolina for Hurricane Helene up in Spruce Pine, excuse me, North Carolina, and was sent in on an assessment team to meet with a hospital that had no power, had no water, had lost staff in the floods that occurred. Actually had deceased members of their staff, and they were just drowning trying to take care of the community. Built the relationships with that hospital, and we were able to deploy a field hospital to compress their operations and help them get back on their feet. As a senior paramedic on that team at this point, my role was the assessment team, and then I became the operations manager. So I was basically running a field hospital in the parking lot of a hospital while having to liaise with politicians, hospital administrators, and operations staff and make that work. So that's a really long story about who I am, and what drew me to Northborough is it's a very similar community to the one where I work now, Franklin. About half the size, same demographics, same residential / commercial industrial makeup, very comfortable sort of environment for me. To translate to as far as operations and budgeting and finance and understanding the community, excuse me, and its needs. And honestly, little backstory of Franklin Fire, we have 2 deputies and a brand new chief, and they're youngish. So there's not a likely opportunity for me to promote. And I'm feeling, at this point in my career as a battalion chief, I'm feeling like I need more challenge. I'm looking for the next step. And I'm not really going to find that step anytime soon in Franklin. And these people are wonderful people. It's a wonderful place to work, and they're very capable leaders. But Northborough, when I saw it come up and I researched the town, it was very attractive. Just from the web presence of the fire department, of the town hall, any information you want is there. It's available. The department is extremely active on social media. I see the impact they're having in the community. It was very familiar. It was very attractive. It seems like there's a great culture. And again, I've looked at other communities through my excuse me, education and job searches, and the online presence is usually a very good testament to how that town is run. And Northborough had a very robust, very good presence. So I found that very attractive.
Thank you.
Okay. May I call you Keith?
Please.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you very much for being here. Describe your leadership style. What should firefighters, officers, municipal officials, and residents expect from you as fire chief during your first year?
Sure. So I take a servant leadership style. I want everybody that I supervise to be the very best they can, and I want to help them get there. I don't want followers. I'm looking for leaders. Whether you're a brand new firefighter or you're a deputy fire chief, I'm looking for leaders. And I want to help you achieve your goals, your career goals, where you want to be. And by making you better, you make the organization better. And by making the organization better, we've increased the public value for the entire community. Working for me is not difficult because I make my expectations perfectly clear. My red lines, my non-negotiables, they're right out there. And people that have worked for me said that's actually easy to work with and a relief, because when you have ambiguous direction, it's really can be frustrating as an employee. But really my biggest leadership philosophy is always do the right thing, even when it's the hardest thing to do. If you meet that standard with me, you have no problem.
Thank you.
Keith, the fire department represents a significant portion of the town's operating budget. Describe your experience preparing, managing, and defending departmental budgets. How do you balance operational needs with fiscal constraints?
We've encountered quite a few challenges in Franklin of late. There's been a over $3 million structural deficit. We're trying to maintain services at this point. And we've been successful so far, but every year gets more and more challenging. As you know, typically override votes are not well supported. So my experience with budgeting, I am not the lead on the budget, but thanks to my past chief, James McLaughlin, and my new chief, Charles Allen, we're very involved in the process as battalion chiefs. So I've participated in the development of the operational budget. I've participated in aspects of the capital budget. It's up to the chief and the deputies to have to stand up in front of the council and make their case. But you'll usually see me in the back of the room with a bunch of other firefighters who are trying to advocate for what we believe is the most important for the community and for the organization, how it should run. But I have a voice, but ultimately it's up to the chief to make the final decision. So I participate as much as they'll have me. But, it is a little gap in my resume is that I haven't taken the lead on the whole budget process, but I've involved in capital and grants and operational budget planning.
Thank you.
Hi, Keith. Thanks for being here. So it's a bit of a follow-up to the last question. As you're probably aware, we have firefighter positions funded through a SAFER grant. That grant will be expiring in fiscal 28. As chief, how would you work with town administrator, finance committee, and us to develop a long-term staffing and financial strategy for the department once this grant funding is no longer available to us?
One vehicle I see a lot of potential with is with your ambulance receipts, with the ambulance billing. I was part of this process in Franklin where we needed to find new revenue to grow the department, to expand its footprint. And what we found is with a little research, looking at our ambulance revenues, is we are on the very low end of a spectrum of low to high. And we had the data and the research to show this, and we were able to build relationships with the town manager through the e-board. I was an e-board member at the time. With the town council, we were able to build a relationship where, and a drive where we got those rates from very low to very median. That was one way where we were really able to offset the expansion that we were successful doing, creating a new rank structure, increasing our daily shift manning, and maintaining services. Another area we looked into that wound up being surprisingly profitable was certified public expenditure, which is a program where you get funds back from Medicaid for billing. Some years we've had over $200,000 of this returned back to us. Other years around $100,000. But it's a significant amount of money that's available if you, and it's a voluntary program that you have to opt into, and it's an awful lot of work. But we did the work, the administrator, my EMS division, others. And every year we're seeing $100,000, $200,000 come back into the budget. So, and if you're capturing more ambulance calls, you're not giving them away to mutual aid, we're able to keep the staffing, get your third ambulance out the door. those are revenues you need to keep coming in, because it helps offset sometimes 35–40% of your budget. That would be one strategy I would look. There would certainly have to be some discussions about what is the plan right now. Does it need adjustment? As we're heading closer to 2020, is it working? Do we need to readjust it? Do we need to start over? You just don't want to lose that game, because it's such an important thing for Northborough that you took that step to get the SAFER grant and that you succeeded, which is rare these days in a lot of communities, and to maintain that. So it would have to be a collaborative effort, and that could involve department heads working collectively to see where adjustments can be made. You know, not robbing Peter to pay Paul, but is there somewhere we can streamline collectively to make sure we support services across the board?
Thanks.
Keith, as fire chief, you will be viewed as one of the public faces of the town. What steps would you take to build public trust, maintain professionalism within the department, and strengthen relationships with residents and businesses?
Everything about the fire service is relationships, especially as a fire chief. You've got to be at the community events. You have to have a genuine interest in what's important to the community. You have to be responsive to what you're hearing from the select board, from the town administrator, from the Boy Scout troop. It's across the board. You need to be involved in the community. It's more than just a gold badge and a patch. You know, you really have to be involved. And again, I go back to my leadership style. Expectations are perfectly clear within the organization, and the number one rule is do the right thing. And if your department buys into that vision, it has a shared vision like that, it becomes part of the culture. And the culture of the department sells itself to the community and is then self-supported by the community. And then you're recruiting people that are like-minded, and it just continues. And I've seen that firsthand happen in Franklin, because we went from a pretty dark place back in the, I'll call it mid-2000s, to where people are knocking down our door to work here. The support we get from the community is unparalleled. The relationships we have with the council and the other department heads, it's a remarkable thing to see.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Keith, as fire chief, you'd serve both as the leader of the department and as a member of the town's management team. That would include participating in labor negotiations, right, with the firefighters union. How would you balance your responsibility to represent the town's interests during collective bargaining while maintaining the trust, respect, and confidence of the men and women you lead within the department?
That's, you know, I've actually had to do this on the e-board side of the coin, but I've seen the management side of the coin, and we work collectively. There's only so much money, right? And you have to be a fiscally responsible steward of those public funds, because the public's trusting you as a department head immensely to do the very best you can with their tax dollars. But you need to recruit, retain good employees. You need to keep them safe. And the department's going to need to grow. Northborough's going to grow. The department needs to grow. You have to find the path to do that. So it comes down to great communication with your e-board, great communication with the select board, great communication, and just approach of reality. You know, I've seen e-boards come in and bang their fist and say, we want, but they never had a why or a how we can get there. When I was on the e-board, and what continues today, is if we have a want, we have a why and a how, and a plan to work collectively to get there. It doesn't always work out. Sometimes you got to meet in the middle. Sometimes you have to say no. Sometimes it works out for everybody, and sometimes one side gets a little advantage. But that's the nature of collective bargaining. And again, under our last chief and this current chief, we've been really successful at maintaining those relationships, staying realistic, and it's through communication. Every problem I've ever had as a fire officer is involved a communication breakdown of some sort. So it's always got to be communication and realistic expectations.
Thank you.
Oh, is that me? Oh, that's me. Hi, Keith. In your view, what is the fire chief's responsibility when a firefighter's off-duty conduct or public statements negatively affect the reputation of the department or municipality?
Needs to be addressed immediately. You know, you put that badge on, you represent on and off duty all the trust the public has put in you, and they put a tremendous amount of trust in us. They're calling us on their very worst day to come in there and do our very best to help them. And if you betray that trust on or off duty, it just can't be tolerated. It has to be addressed, it has to be corrected, it has to be dealt with immediately. And again, that goes back to my expectations and my red lines, my non-negotiables, like, that would be very clear. And if somebody made a mistake, they need to be honest, forthright, we need to come up with a plan of correction that may involve discipline.
Thank you.
Next question is mine, and it is about personnel authority and governance. Northborough's form of government requires close collaboration between the fire chief, town administrator, and select board on personnel, operational, and organizational matters. How would you approach working within this structure, and what do you believe are the keys to a successful professional relationship among those roles?
Again, I hate to sound like I'm beating a dead horse here, but communication and collaboration and understanding the other department's budget, the DPW, the police, the schools, and communicating and making sure when we have staff meetings that we're fully understanding each other's problems and issues. Recently in Franklin, again, I'll refer back to the structural budget deficit we're trying to overcome. And a new council was just elected, and there was a big learning curve from what had been going on in the new council and their objectives and plans. And all the department heads had to get together and communicate with the town administrator and form a plan. And they basically circled the wagons on how can we offer to the council a solution, or at least a way to maintain what we're doing till they get their feet under them and come up with objectives and plans they want us to adjust to. And I get to watch this happen firsthand at a council meeting. Every single department head got up and gave their reality, but it was all in support of each other. And with that collaboration, that's how you navigate all that. And that has to be an ongoing, constant process that's reevaluated and all the time. You can't let your guard down.
Thank you.
Where do you see the fire service heading over the next decade in terms of technology, training, training standards, emergency medical services, community risk reduction, and service delivery? How do you position, or how would you position the fire department to future-proof it, right, and to be able to adapt to changes as we evolve?
Right, so that's the chink in the armor of the fire service, is all change is bad, right, except for staying the same. No, you got to be ahead of it. You got to be open-minded and forward-thinking. Like right now, I'm just starting to embrace AI and how helpful that is on my day-to-day administrative duties within reason. You know, so like there's one really great avenue that needs to be explored is what can AI do for us? As far as what's changing, we're an all hazards department and organization, so everything is going to get harder. We're going to be asked to do more and more. When nobody knows what to do, they call the fire department, and we always do our best to try to figure it out. But training is going to have to go up. Equipment is going to change and evolve. An example I think of is electric vehicle blankets was this really neat tool we had to have to put out electrical vehicle fires. And then all of a sudden we realized it was trapping gases and becoming an explosion hazard. And maybe these weren't as good as we were. And this all happened within a year. And we had to completely pivot and adapt on our tactics and strategy and how we're dealing with these new evolving hazards. And electrical storage system sites, so solar panels, they store all their power in a big giant yard of batteries. This is still another evolving unknown for us, except for we know if it catches on fire, we're going to have a real big problem. We're still trying to learn the best ways to deal with all this, but you got to be in the trade journals, you got to be at the professional conferences, you got to, if you have a target hazard in your community, let's say you're having one of these things come in, a ESS storage, you need to get ahead and find the resources through the International Association of Fire Chiefs, International Association of Firefighters, or any other professional organization you can, because somebody out there's probably had to deal with something with it already. So you need to know how to network to find these resources to get ahead of it. But everything we're doing in the fire service is getting more challenging, more complicated, more hazardous, is requiring more and more training. And that's a reality, and that's one you have to be thinking about and planning for. And again, in Franklin, we're very successful getting a training grant for EVs, EV firefighting, and we're just trying to find the right vendor to bring in, but I'm hoping it's sooner than later because we're seeing real problems with this. You know, the other day I had a third alarm fire, and one of the biggest challenges I had was solar panels in a small ESS storage system at the house. It was very challenging.
Keith, what have you learned about the town of Northborough and our fire department during your preparation for the interview, and how does that shape your priorities if you were to be selected as chief?
So Northborough Fire Department, you have a $3.4 million budget right now. You offset that with your ambulance revolving account. 31 members, 28 are on shift, so you have 7-person shifts. You have the one station, you're building the new one, which is awesome. That's excellent. That's going to really help out with the future and morale and everything. You have you got 3 ALS ambulances, you have 2 engines, you have a tanker engine, you have a tower ladder, you have a forestry, and you have a multi-purpose squad unit. And I have seen how you have to cross-staff, much like Franklin, to cover all these different apparatus depending on the nature of the call. You know, and all this occurs within the town's almost $100 million budget. So there's a lot going on over there, and what I've learned is you're doing a lot with a little. And you have a great capital plan for replacement. I know you have the deputy's car and the multi-purpose squad up for replacement this year. I see the towers coming up in a year or two. You'd have looks like a 5-year plan for your ambulance replacement. And it seems like it's a well-run department. And when I looked at the website, the strategic plan, long, short, medium, looks good. I like the mission statement. I like, I don't know, it just seems like a really well-run organization. So when I researched it, again, it's what made this town so very attractive.
Thank you.
Every department faces challenges, competing priorities, and resistance to change. Tell us about a significant organizational change you led within your department. How did you communicate that change and gain buy-in from employees, ensuring a successful outcome?
I think back to the restructuring I touched on earlier. So we saw a need where our shift commander was riding on an engine as part of an engine crew. And when that happens, you can't really oversee a fire scene or a complicated emergency scene effectively. So on the E-board and with the organization, there was a desire to get a new rank, to add a battalion chief, have a lieutenant at headquarters, and then add a captain at Station 2. For better supervision, better span of control, but the means to get there was the challenge, because it was going to require upstaffing of the daily shift. It was going to be, you know, another rank structure that was going to be 10% more than a captain's salary times 4. So again, we communicated this with the new chief, and he's like, well, how do we get there? And so as the E-board, we called Comstar, our ambulance billing company. We called insurance companies about maybe where can we find revenue is what we got to, and can the town meet us halfway? And we started finding out there was a vehicle to get some revenue to offset some of the costs. There was a very important thing was us to develop a relationship and educate with the council on what we're trying to do and why it's so important. Had the full support of the fire chief, and once it was all explained on all levels to the TA, we were all able to come together collectively and figure this out and get there. And we did some of it through ambulance billing, some of it through negotiations, a lot of it through relationships and politicking. But we were able to take an organization that needed better span of control, needed larger shifts, and get there within, it was like under 2 years through this collaboration and this communication. But it took effort on all levels.
Thank you.
The next fire chief will inherit a department with ongoing labor negotiations, a safer funded positions, a new fire station under constructions, and evolving service demands. What would be your priorities during the first 100 days as fire chief, and how would you measure success? And why are you the best option for Northborough?
So, you know, as an outsider, it's a unique opportunity for me to take a very objective look at the organization. You know, fresh set of eyes. People aren't really haven't established the relationships yet, and I can get a really good feel. People may want to communicate to us, or to me rather, needs and things that maybe they wouldn't to another. But the priority is getting relationships built, a full department review is where I would probably start, and that starts with everything from budget to the collective bargaining agreement to a standard operating procedure review to making sure, again, I fully understand the capital plan, the strategic plan, but most importantly is relationships within and without the organization, because the biggest asset you have is the people in that fire department. As far as a fire chief, that is the biggest asset. So I need to understand from them what they think the organization needs. I went through this with our last chief, James McLaughlin. He came in and he was an outsider. And one thing he did, he sat down with every single employee and said, you know, give me your good, give me your bad, and give me something you've learned. And I thought that was one of the most profound leadership approaches I've seen, because he got a really good look and a diverse look at what people thought about the organization, where it needed to go, where it was. So, you know, that'd be one of the first places I'd start. And I just want to, again, it would have to be an evaluation as an outsider. I have to really get a good handle on everything. And that includes neighboring fire chiefs. What do they perceive as needs within the region? Department heads, how can I help them? You know, other departments, it could be the school department, it could be DPW. But the first 100 days is all going to be about evaluation, relationships, and making sure that the shared vision that the department comes up with fits the chiefs, the members, the department heads, the town manager, and the select boards.
Thank you. So we covered our prepared questions. Are there any questions you have for Steph or the select board?
Sure. So I talked about how we innovated in Franklin a lot to find ways to grow, to generate revenues. If you were to see fit to appoint me as the next chief and I came up with an innovative ideas like these, would that be something you could support?
I would say yes.
We hate innovation.
Yeah, no.
It would be welcomed.
Okay, yes. It's good to hear. You know, sometimes there's a resistance when you don't expect it for reasons you don't understand, and that would be something that, you know, is attractive to know that there's a relationship with the select board that you can work with to collaborate to be successful, increase public value. And my other question is, what vision do you have for the next fire chief? Is there any priorities that you have?
Oh, that's a good one.
Sorry, I go back to the question I asked, right? We are going to face a challenge, right, with the SAFER grant expiring. It's going to be a challenge, and I think that's going to be a major piece that we're going to have to work together on to figure out how we can ensure that we keep those people on staff. That's going to be a big priority.
Understood.
Yeah, the financial piece is always there, and it's always important. On top of that, I would also add, you know, I think it's important as well that the next chief be able to, with the department and then working together, as you kind of were mentioning before, right, being collaborative to repair some trust between our fire department and our elected leadership here in town. I think there's been a little bit of some space there, so I think that would be one of the priorities that I would have as well. That next chief would work towards to gulfing that or bridging that divide a little bit between the staff and the leadership here.
That's really good to know.
So for me, I'm looking for something you actually mentioned is a collaborative relationship with all department heads and the board and the town administrator. I think that's critical, especially as we have to trim budgets or, you know, and a lot of your work overlaps with other department heads.
Right.
So that's an important thing to me.
Thank you.
I would just add collaboration, resourcefulness. How we have some tough math as a town to figure out over the next couple of years here with pending overrides and budgets, revenue sources. Leadership's really important to me. Like it's really important to have strong leadership. But I view this as a critically important position for the town and want to get the right candidate in.
Thank you.
Can I ask one quick question before you leave? You mentioned that Franklin's very similar to Northborough. What is the population of Franklin?
33,000, so double.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But very similar makeup, highway and, residential, commercial, industrial, all the neighbors around us similar.
Right, right. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Great, well, thank you so much, and
Thank
we
you,
will
Keith.
be in touch.
Keith.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice to meet you, too.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming in.
Great job.
Oh, thank you.
Number 2, Neil. Who was Neil? Neil was in the building. Oh, did Angie just go there? Okay.
It's very hard to read.
So, how do you guys want to do this?
I was
Do you
going to
wanna-
ask, what
Should we
how do
score now?
Do we want to do scoring now? Do we
Do you
want to
want
think
to?
about
So-
it?
Is it better to wait till after?
I
from-
think so.
I'll say everyone's different.
Yeah.
My approach is to see all three, then try to do them in comparison. What works for you works for you. We're not taking a vote tonight, so like there's time to reflect and understand and absorb the information in your notes.
That's what I was going to say, like, to have a chance to
Yeah.
reflect and spend a day with it, I think is, or a day or two with it.
I took all my notes, but
Yeah.
then I have to.
Yeah.
And I know
And
we're
we
not.
can watch it again.
Right, we're not streaming the interviews, but they will be uploaded
Yes.
after they're completed,
Yep,
so we
that's a
can
good
watch
point.
them again.
There's a relativity issue, too. It's all relative, so you need to kind of
Right.
hear all of them first, and then...
That's good, I feel better. Okay. Are you guys ready? Yeah.
You're all dressed up.
Yes, clean up. All right.
Before we start, maybe just a quick introduction.
Oh, yes.
I think it's Mr. Perro.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so rude.
No,
This
it's
is
Julian.
John Parry, he goes by Jack, though,
Okay.
of Parrow Consultants. Would you like to say anything?
No, just,
Hi, everyone.
no, just happy to, be here and assist you in finding your next fire chief. But back in the day when I worked for a different company, we hired former chief Dave back in 2006.
Chief Durgan?
Huh?
Chief,
Oh, no, I worked
Chief
with Dave
Per-
Durgan.
Okay, okay. You mean Chief Parenti, okay.
So I have a little bit of history. John Kadir, who was the town manager then, John was my assistant town manager when I was fire chief in Chelmsford. So we have a little bit of ties, I can see. No, it's been a great process. I feel we've been able to bring some really strong candidates to you. Hope you'll see that throughout the night. So, thank you.
Yeah, we have prepared questions, so there's 2 questions per select board member and staff, and we'll go through the prepared questions and leave an opportunity for you to ask a question too of the select board and staff.
Okay. Any kind of intro or anything, or?
Go
Oh,
for it.
Okay. So those that don't know me or don't recognize me in street clothes, you kind of took my thunder. Thank you. My name's Neil Spazio. I'm the deputy fire chief here for Northborough. Since April 1st, I've been serving as the acting chief. But in practice, really, I've been fulfilling the roles and responsibilities of the leadership since January 13th, when Chief Parenti went out on unexpected medical leave. I was born in Framingham. I grew up in Southborough, or more specifically Fayetteville. Southborough was not what it is today. It was a farming community and middle class. Graduated from Algonquin Regional High School, class of '93. My dad was a postmaster. My mom was a school teacher for 32 years. Her first job was actually Z-School as Miss McCarthy at the time. My sister is a special education teacher in public schools, and my brother is an attorney. But more importantly, I have a very smart and beautiful, loving wife, Jennifer, we've been married for 18 years, and a son, Alex, who's amazing, but he is a teenager, who will be a senior next year in Grafton. Serving as the deputy chief and acting chiefs give me the opportunity to work collaboratively with various department heads, town leadership, regional area fire chiefs, and external partners on an array of operational, administrative, strategic, financial, and personnel matters. I led the department through the fiscal budget season for this year. I represented the department at the annual town meeting. I'm engaged in as the fire department representative for the collective bargaining negotiations, as well as maintaining the oversight of operations, finance, and personnel for the department. Throughout my fire career, I've had extensive experience at large-scale emergencies, incident management, fire administration, emergency management, and state and federal disaster deployments. These have exposed me to a broad range of perceptions and influences that have strengthened my ability to lead in high-stress environments. I have a master's degree in emergency management. I am a graduate of the Mass Fire Academy Chief Fire Officer Program. I obtained a graduate certificate from Suffolk University through Mass Municipal Association in local government leadership and management, as well as have completed nearly 8,000 hours of continuing education. Within Northborough, I've been involved in strategic planning, health and wellness initiatives, fire prevention, code enforcement, and community risk reduction. Those have given me the opportunity to really understand, and strengthen my understanding of the demands of leading a modern fire service, as well as the importance of strong and responsible fiscal responsibility in public government. It has also equally reminded me of the importance of transparency, education, and context when building public trust. I value strong personal relationships. I believe leadership is based in mutual respect, clear expectations, accountability, coordination, and most importantly, communications.
Neil, you may be stealing our thunder. I'm looking at the question guide, and I'm afraid we're not leaving the opportunity to answer the questions.
Can I finish one?
No, please. I don't want to interrupt, but I also want to be respectful of you, a chance to answer them.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll just say, as I said earlier. But, yeah, my core attributes for leadership, I would say, are development, empowerment, and delegation. I'm a firm believer, and I've seen in practice that when others succeed, I succeed. And in turn, the town and the department succeed. If selected as fire chief, my priorities will be to maintain consistency and stability while advancing the organization forward. I'll continue to lead with a data-driven approach to enhance operations and service delivery, expand fire prevention initiatives, ensure sustainable staffing, and maximize funding opportunities. And equally, I will remain focused on professional development, succession planning, relationships, and community engagement. And I have got to take a glass of water. Whew.
So is that number one?
Definitely.
I think you.
I'll pass.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. Neil, thank you for being here.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Describe your leadership style. What should firefighters, officers, municipal officials, and residents expect from you as fire chief during your first year?
Leadership takes on a lot of different forms. Leadership, as I mentioned in my intro, but for leadership, it really comes down to knowing your audience and knowing the person that you're engaging with, because you have to address. Really the best thing that I go by is you have to the best way to treat people equal is to treat people different. You have to adjust, not necessarily policies, but to get through people. So leadership, you can expect, transparency, responsibility, honesty. You'll know the facts. I'm willing to put forward the difficult discussions and have the difficult discussions, but respectively. Ethical collaboration through it. In fact, on my water bottle, which I left in Steph's office the other day, I have on it trust, respect, honesty, integrity, accountability, and communications. This is what I carry with me all day, and those are kind of what I lead by, and I hope to enforce in the department. As for leadership, again, I'm all about team and a coordinated approach, collaboration with other departments, and empowering the staff to, the staff, they're smart, they know what they're doing. I just need to kind of give them some direction of where we want to go, and the board gives us direction where they want us to go, and then they make it happen. They do a great job, and my job is to be in there to lead them and develop them. And then, what was the next community too?
Residents, yeah. Officers, yes. Firefighters, officers, municipal officials, and residents, yeah.
Residents, just approachable engagement. I like to, I love the fire service. I've been in it for 26 years. I want people to understand what we do and why we do it and how it benefits them and what the service is all about. Not just the emergency responses that we do, but the people that work there, the firefighters and the paramedics, the admin assistant, part of the community. So they can see that. Does that answer all your
Yes.
questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Neil,
Yep.
the fire department represents a significant portion of the town's operating budget. Describe your experience preparing, managing, and defending departmental budgets, and how do you balance the operational needs with fiscal constraints?
Yes. So I do understand clearly in the budget that, while it is a big part of the budget, it is one piece of the overall budget. And there's a lot of priorities that have to be funded. So we have to do our part to try to be in the team and manage where we can for the whole, but as well as without sacrificing the services that we provide. Experience-wise, when Chief Parenti was here, I worked hand-in-hand with him on budget development and management. Prior to coming here, I managed a small budget for emergency management in a community. And then obviously, no notice taking over for Chief Parenti mid-budget season. Luckily, again, he had been mentoring me on some of those factors of the budget. I understood the budget, and then helped him develop that budget, knowing that he was going to be retiring. Defending the budget when we went to all the different boards. Obviously I represented the department with, financial planning, appropriations, thank you, and then Steph and Jason. And then, for the town meeting to justify it as well. So, it's not an area that I have extensive background, but you know what, they always joke, no one got in the fire service to run budgets and sit in an office. That's not what we do. But, you get to that point and you can manage it. And the great thing about, this town, and I'm sure it's similar, is that, I can admit what I know and what I don't know. And, by the relationships I have, I reach out and ask for, advice and direction with other fire chiefs or with Jason and explain it. So, does that help? All right.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, Neil.
Hey there.
How's it going?
Good.
So the SAFER grant, right? We all know the deal there and how that'll be expiring in fiscal 28. What will your approach be to working with the town administrator, finance team, select board to develop a long-term staffing and financial strategy for the department once that funding is no longer available to us?
Okay. I didn't expect such a direct question on the SAFER, but okay. I think, and in the audience, people that don't know, that's staffing for adequate fire and emergency response. It's a FEMA grant that we received. Just a quick background, just so everybody's on board with it. There was 3,000 applications nationally in the year that we were awarded. 300 total awards. It's a 10% success rate. Of those 390 total were to hire firefighters. That's a 3% success rate nationally. And that's a lot of competition by experts evaluating. So we justified federally why we need the staffing. Now, funding the staffing, obviously, again, bigger picture, I would advocate, as much as possible to keep all 8. We need them. They've made an impact amazingly. But we have to come up with finding stuff in the scope that we have. So I would be interested to hear, we did have a plan, but that plan derailed, so we're faced with what we're faced with. I would do everything to educate, advise them, and justify the needs, and also the investment, because even though they're employees or firefighters or paramedics, human beings, they are an investment. We invested in them, they invest in our town. So when looking at that, it's not just a number thing, it's an investment in the town that directly impacts everybody. But working with them and the finance boards and you is, find out how we can make this work. I'm committed to making it work. It's very important. I was instrumental in writing the grant, so I know the needs. I was here before the grant and saw the impacts of running only 5 a shift and what that was doing to the morale and the behavior and the health and wellness and the turnover. So, retention is key. So I would work directly with them to see what we can come up with for funding, and move forward and rather keep. Because in this environment, to recruit, if say they said, okay, well, we're not going to keep all 8, but we'll systematically add 2 a year or whatever. That worked counterintuitive to finance because we invested a lot of money into the firefighters. On board, it's close to $70,000 to onboard, plus the community that they understand. To start over and to recruit in this environment is very difficult. So whatever it takes, but at the end of the day, my job is to educate and inform, what the benefits are, what the impacts would be, and then it's up to the community and the boards to make the final decision. And we'd have to live with that.
Thanks.
Neil? As fire chief, you will be viewed as one of the public faces of the town. What steps would you take to build public trust, maintain professionalism within the department, and strengthen relationships with residents and businesses?
So the benefit I have is I don't have to build. I just continue to maintain. Having been in the community and fully engaged. I mean, I grew up close to here, so I know people in the community as it is. But I didn't just sit behind a desk. I ran a lot of the fire prevention as the deputy, so I was interacting with the community all the time. And then in the chief's role, interacting with the community. So built a lot of relationships with a lot of people, so it's really a maintain on that. But really, it's getting out, being visible, being approachable, being willing to take questions and then respond and give answers, or find the answers for them. Trust-wise, it's just you need to be consistent. What you say and what you do are tied directly together. And it's very easy to lose trust, so you have to be vigilant at all times. But at other times, when you do make a mistake, my philosophy is you own it, and you're honest with it, protecting the town from any legal or yourself. But, we're all human, even a fire chief, and if you make mistakes, you own it, and then you reform the message to how you can improve that. And I feel anyway that with the majority that builds a lot of trust is just being honest.
Thank you.
Neil, as chief, you'd be both the leader of the department and a member of the town's management team. So in labor negotiations with the firefighters union, how would you balance your responsibility to represent the town's interests while maintaining that trust, respect, and confidence of the men and women that you'd be leading?
Well, I think first and foremost, it comes down to relationships between myself and the firefighters and the union executive board, and they're very professional. So I'm lucky to have that. I have been engaged with it, and it hasn't been an issue in the department. I think it's very important to establish boundaries early, and understand that, we can be friendly, but we can't be friends. We can work together to, objectives, but, at the end of the day, there's a difference of management and labor. A big thing about contracts is the contract itself is between the town of Northborough and the firefighters union. It's not between the fire chief and the firefighters union. While I have influence, it's ultimately up to the town administrator and the board to determine what that will be, and then it'll be my job to implement it and follow it. Which leaves a kind of a nice little area, not specific design that way, so that, you know, it's not the fire chief versus the firefighters. And we can kind of play that buffer role. So, you know, and when it's given to me, you just enforce it. And if you establish an environment of, you know, self-accountability, self-awareness within the environment, and like I said, the union's, you know, realistic. You know, it's not the, you know, the union stories that you hear that they'll defend anybody. You know, they're while they're individuals and they look out for their individual needs, they're also service-based. That's why they're in this job. So they're looking out for the organization too. So, you know, you got to keep those boundaries. You got to know it's a fine line between, you know, hanging out, being friends, joking around, and then being like, hey, I'm the chief. Can't say that around me. I can't be here for this. And, you know, they say that, you know, the chief's job's a lonely job because like, you're in the firehouse and, you know, you're not really part of the fun anymore. But that's what I chose to do, and we move forward.
Thank you.
In your view, what is the fire chief's responsibility when a firefighter's off-duty conduct or public statements negatively affect the reputation of the department or municipality?
So the fire chief's responsibility is to enforce policies, procedures, SOP, rules and regulations, and laws. If there's off-duty conduct, you know, I think the first thing you need to do is justify or clarify it. You know, did it happen? Did whatever is being said happen? Did it violate anything or impact anything, and was the person involved? And if any of those are yes or maybe, then you move forward. If they're no's, then we move on. But in this scenario, we'll move forward that, you know, there is a due process, there's a collective bargaining agreement, we do have rules and regulations on how we do confidential investigations and fact check. The important part is not to necessarily jump to conclusions. You know, you gotta face it neutral and go through the process. Due process is very important. The member does have to, you know, be awarded their guarantee rights and their wine garden rights. But we move through in the process. And I'll get to the second half in a minute. But moving through the process, and really at the end of the day, you engage the union and the member. And, you know, like I said, I try to build a culture of, you know, if you violated it, just own it, you know. And when you own it, you just change your behavior, right? That it's a professional way to do it, you know, not necessarily trying to punish them. From the town side, the number one thing is to protect the town, protect myself, protect the fire department, the reputation. Once information's out there, it's out there. And we would try to get ahead of the information that we could, fact check the information that's out there, and then, you know, intentionally try to counter any dis, or malinformation. But to the point earlier is, you know, people need to own it, and it's out there, and perception is 9/10 of the law. So, you know, it's kind of like a damage control. The way we accomplish that is relationships. So, you know, town administrator tells me about it, or I tell the town administrator about it, and whoever else needs to be involved. We meet, we discuss it, you know, jointly, and figure out what we want to do, and then we come up with the best method to do it. And that could be, you know, progressive discipline, anywhere from coaching to suspension, depending on the level of severity, and moving forward. And I think, again, the big thing that would come out of that, you know, is for the person's change in behavior, right? Like sometimes people do stuff, they don't realize it, or I didn't know I violated that, or whatever. Okay, that's fine. Don't do it again, change in behavior. And that's how we succeed. So.
Thank you.
Okay, next one is mine. I'm still writing. Okay, so as you know, Northborough's form of government requires close collaboration between the fire chief town administrator, and the select board on personnel, operational, and organizational matters. How would you approach working within this structure, and what do you believe are the keys to a successful professional relationship among those roles?
Okay, good question. So as the fire chief in Northborough, technically, I would report to the board as the appointing authority. However, I view the town administrator really as like my day-to-day boss. You know, so a lot of operations go through her just because that's way, you know, efficiency-wise, and then she communicates to the board and back and forth. But I think it's important to have open dialogue with the board. Not to circumvent and not to violate any open meeting laws or whatnot, but, you know, if you can pick up the phone and call me and ask me a question, right? Hey, I saw this. Okay, yeah. You go where the question is. I can call you and ask you questions. I see you somewhere. You know, one-on-one coffee, you know, just to have that relationship. And what that does is it breaks down the barriers of me sitting at this table right now and you guys sitting behind that table, right? We're all kind of together at one table, and you feel comfortable saying, oh, you know, I'll call Neil. All right, hey, I saw this. You know, what's, you know, can you help me understand that? Yeah, sure. You know, there has to be boundaries, obviously, with the town administrator because, you know, you don't want to supersede her authority or leave her out. But I think it's a lot of that collaboration. You know, and basically, and I've said it before on many occasions, that, you know, we're one Northborough. We're not, you know, the fire department and the select board. We're the Northborough Select Board, the Northborough Fire Department. We're all one. We work to the same goal. So, so that would be the plan for that. And then communications-wise, you know, updates, and again, it's clarity. I'm trying to think of what was the last couple of ones on there.
What do you believe are the keys to a successful professional relationship among all those roles?
All right. So kind of to sum it up in a couple of key terms is open, honest, and timely communications. That relieves like 90% of the issues globally. Trust, mutual respect, honesty, you know, and just trust. I mean, as a fire chief or any department head, you hire somebody as an expert in that field, you know, and they will give you information, and you have to trust but verify that information. And to have those tough conversations, you know, you just, the facts are the facts. So.
Thank you.
All right. Where do you see the fire service heading over the next decade in terms of technology, training standards, emergency medical services, community risk reduction, and service delivery? How would you position the Northborough Fire Department to successfully adapt to those changes?
So that is a very difficult question to answer. In a decade, I can say that it'll look much different than it does now. The fire service as a whole continuously evolves. You know, we were putting fires out, and then we went to helping people go to the hospital, and then now treating people in the field as like an emergency room and transport, doing fire prevention, emergency management, community education. There's a slew that keeps evaluating, you know, terrorism response. Like whoever thought there'd be ballistic vests on an ambulance, you know, I mean, it's continuously evolving. I think the key with us in 10 years is to be with that and continuing. As for the fire service, I just see the fire service has always been the one that the community relies on. So whatever the adjustment is, that's what we would end up being. I foresee a lot more medical side of it. I see a lot more prevention side of it. And I see a lot more technology-based on it. And let's be clear, right? So everybody might think, you know, a firefighter kind of thinks crazy, you know, like, hey, fire, it's awesome, you know, and it's someone's bad day or something, you know, and we enjoy being in there, and it's kind of the adrenaline rush of the job. But our job equally also is safety and preventing those, you know, so we have to be ahead of those, and we have to evolve and adapt. So we'll never put ourselves out of business. There'll always be emergencies. You know, as it pains me to say it, you know, there's probably going to be robots that go in the building to put fires out for certain areas, or drones or stuff, and it pains me to say it, but, you know, that's where I see it going, and luckily the generations coming up have been involved in technology their whole life. So they're bringing that in, we see it right now, bringing in, interest in drone technology, interest in, reporting systems. So, yeah, like I said, it's a difficult question for 10 years, but that's kind of the gist.
Cool, thanks.
Neil, with what you've learned about the department and the role, either in preparation for this interview or, say, becoming acting chief back in January, how does that shape your priorities for you if you were to be selected as chief?
So the priorities don't necessarily change per se, because while I was a deputy chief, Chief Parenti kept me pretty well in the mix of everything. So I had a good pulse on what was going on. With that, can you just repeat it one more time?
Sure. So obviously you're the acting
the priorities.
Acting chief. Yeah. So
Okay. I had to get back on track there. So priority-wise, we do have, and all this stuff is on our website, but we have strategic goals and priorities, and I was involved in developing, maintaining the mental health and wellness of the firefighters is paramount. And I think it's important and responsible to just acknowledge that the fire department has suffered some outside influences that may have impacted morale and how they are. So, that's an area that is a real priority is, everything that's happened is behind us. We've turned the corner, at least I have, the fire department has, and now it's, moving forward and going on that. Training has got to become a priority. There's a lot of things that we do. Even with the extra seven a shift, the admin side of the house is very lean, and we have a lot of administrative duties to do that we just can't maintain, because even though we have 7, we got 7 to handle the call volume, not 7 to help with admin. So that's an area that, and we'll just have to sit down. I think one of the biggest ones is to sit down and have a real good conversation of what do we do and what do we really need to do, and then what can we really manage to do. And the priority needs to be on our core missions, which is our response, our training, our prevention, and then trickle down. So, some things may have to suffer in a while, but I think moving through with that. And really, the operations runs themselves. I mean, all the firefighters, we have a great group. They know what they're doing. We have great leadership. I really don't need to be totally involved in that. They kind of just take care of it. So I think those are the big heading ones from my aspect. If I had to say other ones, prevention, community outreach is another area. So it's funny, at a previous town meeting, there was a public comment made which really struck me, where somebody said, I would rather fund the Board of Health because they do proactive stuff where the fire department reacts. So the investment is better in the Board of Health. And it struck me so hard, because I was like, we're failing at educating the public of what we actually do. Our job is prevention, education, be out there. We are ahead of the curve. So really some of that area of getting out and educating, we've already started it. There's a lot of stuff we put out to the public, and a lot of stuff that's on our website about what we do, but the scope, you can go to the Excel sheet of all the responsibilities of the fire department. There's a lot of stuff. So, so we'd have to really see where our cores are and come back. But, like I said, we're going to maintain consistency and stability, and then progressively move forward as a group.
All right. Thank you.
Right. Tell us about a significant organizational change you led within your department. How did you communicate the change, gain buy-in from employees, and ensure a successful outcome?
Oh, change, huh? That's a good question. So give me a minute so I can think about that one.
Sure.
Change. Let's see. Oh, good question. Change. Let me go management. Let me look at my notes here. I guess some of them, there's no change that really stands out that's, crazy. A lot of it is, it's team-based. There's really very few that are individual type-based. I think some of it comes down to my role taking over as the interim acting chief is, my role became doubled. My fire prevention and deputy chief role didn't end because I moved into this role. So the change had to be that my responsibilities on the day-to-day had to be delegated out onto the shifts. And that was a big change because now that was extra workload on them. But I wouldn't be efficiently able to do what I was doing, to do it. So, that change, and obviously no one wants more work. So that change really had to be like, hey, this is why we're doing it. This is why I can't do it. And it's a lot of education and how it fits, and then leave it to them to be like, how do you want to implement it? I'm not going to tell you how to get it done. Like, you got to do inspections, you do them this time of day. You got to go out and do code enforcement. You figure out, just get it done. And, there was pushback on that. No one liked it, but, they managed through it. But I hear it every day is that, again, we have to do these things. We don't have time to do our core stuff. And again, that's part of the lean on administrative. I'd say probably another one that's more recent, again, change is just before Chief Parenti left, we transitioned our filling of shifts, and we kind of put it more on the officers and a new system and new technology. And to your point of like new technology, like these are the senior officers that didn't grow up with technology, so it's kind of a fair change. But that was like a lot of education, and they came back, can we do this and that, and change? Like, no, we're just keep doing it the way we're doing it. And now it's still a bear on them, but they manage through when the shifts get filled.
Great, thanks.
All right, last question now.
Oh.
So there's a lot going on. The next chief will inherit a department with ongoing labor relations, safer funded positions, new fire station under construction, evolving service demands. What would your priorities be? What would your priorities be during the first 100 days as fire chief? How would you measure success, and why are you the right person to be the next fire chief in Northborough?
That's one of those questions. I only have one question in 27 parts.
It's tough for you though. You got this.
It's like, all I can think is like.
No. I mean,
Yeah.
candidly, your first 100 days. How do you establish yourself in the role?
Really, in any industry, really, it takes a new leader, a new change, a good year to really establish, get to know it, and move forward. I have the benefit of already been as deputy chief and in the leadership role for, 5 months now, or just about 5 months. So we're really ahead of the game. We've implemented a lot of projects and initiatives that I was a part of from the ground floor up. I want to see those through. But even though I've been there, it's going to be new leadership. I'm different than Chief Parenti. Things that he had that were really good, I'll maintain. And there's areas that, I'll influence my part of it. But that's going to come down to really listening, learning, and really getting from the department of what are your priorities as the department? What should we be doing? And coming up with areas. Because I can implement and have the best ideas in the world, but they have to execute it. And if they're not part of it, they can't execute it. So part of that, finding quick wins and priority things that we have to do, obviously I would get those in. All the other projects, the fire station project, that is, that's running, and since I took over as acting, I think it was a little clouded of, it was a fire department project, and it's not a fire department project, it's a town project. So we've kind of systematically pulled back so there's not that confusion. We're still engaged in, and with delegation, as I've delegated a lot of the responsibilities of oversight, or not oversight, but day-to-day work with the station to one of the captains. And He gets all the information, he runs it by me. So, we're working good on that. Is it a perfect project? No, but we're working through it, and we'll get it done. I think, a culture inside the department, I hate to use the word culture because really changing culture takes a long time. But some of those, clear expectations and what I foresee being the Northborough Fire Department and what the members foresee it being, and then having those clear expectations and saying, okay, this is what we're going to do, and now there's accountability. At the end of the day, I am the boss, so decisions have to be made. I would definitely like to explore more of, the focus will be the SAFER grant, obviously. But where we can maximize, where we can collaborate, where we can better serve the public, and what are the priorities. As for Matrix, and this is a really important one, I think, is, so we are a service-based organization. Not, we don't sell product, we can't measure product output or revenue. We're very dynamic and very inconsistent. So that has to be, now, we do track data, but we have to track the other intangibles. So we do track data really good. We can run Matrix and analyze and analytics data all day long. To me, data is only as good as the context and the education behind it. Perfect example I'll give you, I know I'm going to go a little long on this one, but perfect example is if I showed you a graph that said in 24 hours we did 10 calls, everybody did 10 calls. That's not a lot of calls. 24 hours. But then if you drive the information behind it, you say the average call, 2 hours, maybe more, maybe less, but say 2 hours, times 10 calls, that's 20 hours of work in a 24-hour period. That data now means a lot different. And that's on top of every other duty that goes on. So, I love to educate on that. Those metrics are there. We also have quality control and evaluation. I would judge our success on metrics such as our National Fire Protection Agency Association standards of, shoot time, on-scene time, staffing time, how often we have to request mutual aid, how often we can handle multiple calls in town, how other departments view us. Are we responsible, reliable, trusted? The membership, how their behavior, attitudes, mental wellness are they engaged, are they despondent? Those you can kind of gauge on success. But the most important one on success is, again, we are the fire service. So we serve the public. That's what we do. So really, the way I measure success is how the public views us. How do we meet their expectations that they have for us? Are they engaging with us? Are they communicating with us? Are they, sending us, hey, thank you for, unlocking my door? And to us, it's like, oh, unlocked your door. Like, okay, big deal. But to them, that's a big deal. Are people engaging? Are kids coming up and say, hey, are we influencing the next generation? Though, that's really where service, and again, it's difficult to validate against funding and whatnot. But, as a leader, I want to know we're providing the best services. So, back to you.
We have one or two questions for the board and staff.
Let's see, questions for you. What is the board's or town administration, what are your expectations of the fire department, and what are your priorities from a high level up, down?
I would say collaboration that you hit on. Good fiscal management. We have the SAFER position issue coming up that we need to.
Opportunity.
Huh?
Opportunity.
Opportunity, but issue of how we're going to fund it. That's our angst. With that said, I think there's a great group here. We have a great board. We have great department heads. We're smart people. I think we can put it together. But yeah, that's from my standpoint. It's fiscal management and collaboration.
I think the questions were leading towards the priorities that we're considering. As
Okay,
we kind
yeah.
of thought about it.
Yeah,
A
yeah,
couple
yeah.
of things, collaboration, leadership, integral. This is a strong leadership position in the town.
Yeah.
It's an important position in the town. I like the way they called the fire station a town project. I'd say we need to look at, this is all our money now and the math is hard. So it's like, so we just need to continually figure out and be fiscally responsible, and we got some times and hard decisions ahead of us with budgets and investments we want to make and potential overrides. So the fiscal piece of it and the creativity and leadership around that are really important.
Yep, definitely. And I think with the benefit that the fire service has, or the Norfolk Fire Department, is, we run an ambulance, and that, that brings in a lot of revenue for the town. It offsets quite a bit of our budget, and it offsets the town budget as well, because we give about half to the town budget. So we really help on that. If you look at the department budget, it's, $2.x million on the tax roll, but it's really closer to, $3 million, because we offset so much with our revenue. The more revenue we can make, which we're handling simultaneous calls now, the more revenue we can make, the more it offsets the tax base. And like I said, whatever Jason's calculations are, because I can't follow all his math, but X percent goes off the top to offset the general budget. So that goes and helps out every department in the town, not just the fire department. It also offsets, capital purchases and stuff. So kind of a creativity on that is how we can maximize that. And then obviously grants and whatnot. Unfortunately, grants are becoming less available, but I think, and I think the other is, I think we can maximize our community industries a little bit more through outreach to them. And, corporations and such are always looking for write-offs and whatnot. So, that could be another avenue for looking out.
Yeah, and I would just add the two-way street, right, between the staff and the elected leadership as far as trust. Obviously, I think there's a little bit of a gap that could be bridged, but it's a two-way street. So how could, if it's you as the next fire chief, help with that? So I think that would be one of my priorities as well, underneath all the other heavy stuff that we have to get done.
And we've been, there's been a lot of stuff going on, and it hasn't been enjoyable, and I could go into the office and be miserable and, be negative about the town, but that's not my role. So, I've gone into work every day, head up, myself and the leadership team, we have to put our personal views aside for the staff and really try to keep them up. And it's been challenging, and it has ebbs and flows, but we're already kind of moving that direction. Some recent changes and stuff, I think, really have set some momentum. They see some positivity and light and moving forward. So, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
Just a clarifying question, and I know we're at time. You mentioned briefly commercial outreach and tax write-off. What do you mean by that? How are you thinking about that?
Well, obviously, it wouldn't be a decision that I make. It would have to be something through towns and whatever. But, you take, for example, a company that has hazardous materials, right, that, we're responsible to go to, and say that the department needs meters for gas, and it's, coming out of our budget. But in talking to them, they say, hey, what can we help you out with? And it's, well, we could use this, and look at different avenues for, something where they get a benefit from a write-off, and then, they also get a benefit of buying something that's going to directly impact or help them, and then the tax base gets an impact because it's not something we have to buy out of the operational budget. So just something to look at. Obviously, you can't solicit, but, finding that fine way. And I think that's a lot of building relationships. And then, here's a perfect example, funny example. Fire prevention, my previous town, I did it for 8 years. Harvard University has a facility in there. Was talking, we were moving into our new station. They were transferring out forklifts. And, hey, what do you do with the forklifts? Because we're moving to a new station. Where do you get one of these? How much are they? well, we got to trade these ones in, but we got an older one down to the other office that we don't need anymore. Go take a look at it. If you want it, you can have it. Just write us a letter that, hey, big thing. Thank you, Harvard. And they wrote it off. They got some good publicity, and we got a free forklift. So, good opportunities there. So.
Also, the outreach would be a big goal of mine, because I think the more the community knows what your department is doing, and they know a lot already, but I think continuing that is very, very important so that they understand all the budget things that come up in the future, too.
Yeah, and the fire service has been poor of really branding ourselves. So to get out there and really there's a lot of conversations that I've had with people or the members of people, and they're just like, really? I didn't know you guys did that, or, oh, I didn't know this, or I didn't know that. And, that's a failure on our part, so.
Well, thank you.
Oh, well done, okay. Well, I appreciate it.
Neil?
I'll see you in about an hour. Oh, Jason, you're back there.
If you say his name 3 times, he appears.
Do you want water? Do you want water?
It's going to. Hopefully my coughing doesn't keep getting picked up.
Oh, my God, it's so bad. Yesterday was so bad. Hi, Mark. Have a seat, whichever you choose.
We'll begin in 1 minute. We're going to wait for Steph to get back in.
Hi. I'm sorry, delaying us.
Mark, thanks for coming. The format will be 2 questions apiece from the select board and Steph, and then we'll leave an opportunity to ask 1 or 2 questions at the end. So we'll go through some prepared questions. We'll be taking notes, so not to be disrespectful, just to help organize the information.
Sounds good.
So I get to begin.
All right, perfect.
Thank you for coming. And we would actually like to hear a little bit about yourself and why the town of Northborough and the Northborough Fire Department are a good professional fit for you.
Sure. So, again, my name is Mark Sadowski. I've been a firefighter and a paramedic my entire adult life. I started as a fire explorer when I was a kid, at about 15 or 16 years old. Got on the call department. I had gone to EMT school and paramedic school, and got my first career opportunity with the town of Southborough. I spent 21 years there, came up through the ranks. Within 5 years of being there, I was promoted to lieutenant, served 6 years as lieutenant, was promoted to captain, spent 10 years as captain. At the time, they did not have a deputy, and I was, for most of that time, the only captain there, so I was number 2 in the department for quite a long time. And when the opportunity came up for a chief position in the town of West Boylston, I jumped on it, and it was a great transition, great opportunity for me. I was able to cut my teeth and gain some experience and make some tremendous progress in that community. And now I'm looking for my next challenge, and I think Northborough is going to be it. This is an area that I've spent a lot of time in growing up. You know, I used to hang out down at the 4-acre Intervale farm when I was a kid with my friends there, and that's long since gone. But, you know, you stopping by Tugas's and, you know, picking apples with my kids. And, I mean, they had Honeycrisp apples that looked like they were that big. And, you know, so it's just been a community that I've been familiar with for quite some time, and really look forward to the opportunity to serve here as fire chief.
Thank you.
Mark, thanks for being here. Describe your leadership style. What should firefighters, officers, municipal officials, and residents expect from you as fire chief during your first year?
Sure. So first and foremost, I'm a kid that loves the fire department, so I eat, sleep, and breathe emergency services. But with that, I view the fire department as a core of the community. In my perfect world, it would be the fire station, well, actually, the combination police and fire station, and then everything radiates out from there. That's kind of how I view the community, is we're in the middle and servicing everybody around us. I've worked very closely throughout my entire career with DPW, law enforcement partners, schools, public works, facilities, everybody. I would say speak with them, speak with mutual aid partners. They could tell you more about me than I can. They could tell you about my character, my commitment to the industry, and the firefighters that work with me every day. It is a collaborative effort. I do not run the fire department in its entirety. I work as a part of the command structure and a part of the leadership team, but the membership are the ones that do all the work. And so we make sure that everybody is on the same page, we have a plan, that everybody understands that plan, and that we execute that plan. And when there are issues, they come back to me, and my role as fire chief is to make sure that they have the tools, the personnel, the resources to be able to safely and effectively serve the community.
Thank you.
Mark, the fire department represents a significant portion of the town's operating budget. Describe your experience managing, preparing, and defending departmental budgets, and how do you balance the operational needs with the fiscal constraints?
Sure. So I do my own budget every year, and I present it to the Finance Committee, the Town Administrator, and the Select Board. I have been very fortunate and successful in making a case for increasing our services in the town of West Boylston. We've doubled our staffing in the last 4 years in the time that I've been there, actually more than double. We're a very busy small town. We do the same call volume as Northborough, even though we have half of the residential population. But we have the same apparatus, same fleet, but it's just very busy for that size of a community. Within that budget, I have maintenance issues, capital replacement of items, and then my staff wages and services and everything. So within that, I have a huge Excel spreadsheet that I developed, and I plug in every single person, their grade, their rank, their step increases, their COLAs, all of their benefits, which is the lion's share of our budget, and then all of our operating expenses and accounts payable and things like that. And then I present it to the town, make sure that they fully understand where these bills and costs come from. And it's all pretty much derived from the collective bargaining agreement, the town bylaws for non-union personnel and administrative staff. And so then when they have any questions, I share my worksheet with them so they can look and research everything themselves and see exactly where it comes from. And I do a lot of grant writing also. I was successful in getting the 2023 AFG grant. We got $250,000 to replace our air packs, and another $550,000 to replace an old tanker truck. So we've taken delivery on the air packs already, and those have been in service for several months. And we're expecting delivery on the truck in the next couple of weeks. And so, with that, those were both items that were on capital replacement. So not only were we successful in getting the grant and getting those items, but it literally saved that money off of the capital budget.
Thank you.
Hi, Mark. Let's talk more about grants. So Northborough currently has firefighter positions funded through the SAFER grant that is set to expire in fiscal 2028. As chief, how would you work with town administrator, finance team, select board to help develop a long-term staffing and financial strategy for the department once this grant funding is no longer available to us?
Sure. So the first thing I would do is review what the plan was before they applied for the grant. Part of applying for AFG and SAFER grants is to ensure that you're going to support these positions after the federal money runs out. And so to look at what that plan was at that time, and then, of course, if there's any divergence from that plan, come up with some alternate solutions on how to fund those. But it's really going to come down to looking what our opportunities are to make sure that we're meeting what the expectation and the objective was prior to being awarded the grant, and what those expectations were, and then how to incorporate them to where it makes sense for the town.
Thanks.
Okay, as fire chief, you will be viewed as one of the public faces of the town. What steps would you take to build public trust, maintain professionalism within the department, and strengthen relationships with residents and businesses?
Sure. Outreach programs are tremendous for us, and that starts with things like being in the public eye. Having the people that are on their way to work, driving by the fire station, see people out there working, seeing the vehicles responding to calls, taking pride in the facility, and seeing that, Old Glory flag flying in front of it, to know that their property is safe while they're at work, and their families are safe while they're away from their homes, and to know that when they come home, they're going to pass by that facility again and see those people still there, and understand that they're going to be well protected when they go home and go to bed at night. And I think that sense of security and pride is tremendous. And I think that then when they see them, see our personnel in the schools, and they hear their kids coming home saying, this is what I learned in school today. And the fire trucks were there, and the firefighters were there, and they taught us stuff. And to see that partnership with law enforcement. We do a High Five Friday at the elementary school in the town that I'm in now, and all the firefighters and the police officers greet all the kids coming into school one Friday morning each month. Collaboration like that with the schools, getting into businesses, doing annual and quarterly inspections on commercial properties, so that the business owners know and understand what that role and function is of the fire department and those fire prevention services. So that they don't think, oh, they're here to shut me down, they're here to give me a hard time and harass me about this, they're just looking for permit fees. So that they know when we do walkarounds with their staff, with their leadership, that we're in there, so we understand the layout of their facility and what their production is, so that we can make good decisions and safe decisions for their employees and their business and their real properties, as well as, when we're in there pointing out some safety items, that it's a positive and collaborative experience with the business owners. When we're in people's homes for their 26Fs and carbon monoxide inspections, whether they're selling a house or buying a house, so that they know they're going to be safe when they are in that property, or that they're selling something that is safe, and working with them on that. And then in working with the other agencies within the town, to help out the DPW when we have something that they either need to borrow, or we can assist them with, working with our law enforcement partners to make sure that, we are going to respond duly and effectively when there are emergencies that require our agencies, and that we're going to work together in a unified command structure. It's not going to be police department does their part, fire department does their part. We work together, first name basis, standing shoulder to shoulder, to make sure that we're working towards a common goal.
Thank you.
Mark, how do you balance the responsibility of representing the town's interests during collective bargaining while maintaining the trust and respect of the men and women that you lead in the department?
So it's a great question. I've sat on both sides of the table. I was a long-time union member and union representative and past president, as well as sitting on the, I consider it now the middle of the table, which is the intermediary between the town and the collective bargaining unit, to represent what each of these proposals means, how it impacts financially and operationally for the town and the department, as well as how it performs for the employees, and what benefits and work conditions that they stand to gain or lose as part of this. So, I really do consider myself to be that middle of the road person with it, because I have to ensure that the fire department is able to attract and recruit employees, retain employees, and make sure that people show up to work and take pride in their job. I also have to make sure that the town can afford the services and that they're getting appropriate services for the town. And so to find that balance really between, myself, the collective bargaining unit, the town administrator, the select board and the finance committee, there's a lot of people that have a role in it. And to be that intermediary and explain what each of these components means and what their impacts are going to be is how I view my role in that.
Thank you.
Great. All right. In your view, what is the fire chief's responsibility when a firefighter's off-duty conduct or public statements negatively affect the reputation of the department or municipality?
Sure. So I have a very open relationship with the union president from my current department, and they all know that I need to be the first call when something happens so that we can get ahead of whatever the issue is and try to get ahead of any negative press that might come from it. The firefighters, as we all are as public employees, are held to a very high standard of conduct, whether on or off duty. And the headlines will always read what our job is, not who we are when something goes bad. And so, to try to get ahead of issues, to try to represent the town and the department professionally is paramount, and to try to make sure that we can manage any bad press as it may be. But really to make sure that the employees understand what the expectations are of conduct, whether on or off duty, that it always has an impact on them professionally.
Great, thank you.
Okay, next question is mine. Oh, okay, so Northborough's form of government requires close collaboration between the fire chief, town administrator, and select board on personnel, operational, and organizational matters. How would you approach working within this structure, and what do you believe are the keys to a successful professional relationship among those roles?
I think one, earning the trust of all those boards and all those people that we report to and work with, which really only comes with doing appropriate research, making an appropriate presentation, being transparent with what our expectations are and what our requests are. I think, once the town understands that I only ask for things that I know we need, and I try to come up with a method of how we're going to fund them, how we're going to implement them, and make sure that it's the right move for the town and for the community. That trust comes with time, but it also comes with opportunity to demonstrate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Where do you see the fire service heading over the next decade in terms of technology, training standards, emergency medical services, community risk reduction, and service delivery? How would you position the Northborough Fire Department to successfully adapt as things change?
So currently, I think you're on the right track with increasing staffing, increasing the size and scope of the facility, locating the facility central in the community. I think is paramount for our response, especially being a small, multidisciplinary, all hazards fire department. Excuse me for just one moment. Would you mind just repeating the question one time for me?
Yeah, it's really just about future-proofing
Yeah,
department, right? What do you see changing? And
yeah. So with that, our call volume is increasing rather dramatically. Medical calls are the vast majority of what we do. Northborough's already gone to 3 ambulances. That is probably going to sustain for a little while, but at some point it's going to be 4, it's going to be 5. Some of the challenges that we're going to be facing down the road are like towns like Shrewsbury. They're taking over their ambulance through the fire department. They're getting away from their private service contract over the next couple of years. So while they're transitioning, that's going to create some additional mutual aid needs. The increase in fire alarm systems, fire protection systems increases our number of alarms that we respond to annually. The aging population increases our number of medical calls. Limited access to medical services is also increasing our ambulance calls. And we're not really seeing anything on the hospital end that's improving this, private physicians end that's improving this, and even with urgent cares are almost always packed with a waiting list. And so our call volume is increasing. And to answer that call and to provide those services to the community, we need to keep up with that. We need to track the trends of how many calls we're doing, how many concurrent calls we're answering, and what our depth of resources are for that, and plan accordingly. And I think you've done a good job thus far with the new facility and with increase in the staffing, but that trend is likely to continue. And things like the lithium-ion batteries, fires are on the rise. Unfortunately, fire-related fatalities are on the rise. And so these fires are burning faster and hotter than they ever have before. There's a lot of demonstrations. I actually was fortunate to go down to Underwriter Laboratory in NIST to do some fire dynamics research and some programs down there. And these fires, we have minutes to get ahead of what's called flashover, which is when everything gets up to a certain temperature and spontaneously ignites. So if you don't have those resources available on the way, getting that call early and getting some well thought out and well planned suppression efforts into place, those statistics, the bad statistics, are going to keep increasing.
Thanks.
Mark, what have you learned about the town of Northborough and our department during your interview prep? How does that in any way shape your priorities if you were to be selected as fire chief?
So the nice part about Northborough, it's a very well-established department. Working in Southborough for as long as I did, I was very close. I know a lot of the membership and where the department has come from, and hopefully I have that vision on being able to bring it forward to that next step as the town continues to expand and the need for services continues to grow. Having an outside perspective, I can come in and do a little bit more of a unbiased opinion and evaluation, and then formulate a plan for how we need to evolve the fire department to meet the service needs of the town. So I think that I am well poised to do that for you, and I look forward to that opportunity.
Thank you.
Great. Every department faces challenges, competing priorities, resistance to change. Tell us about a significant organizational change you led with your department, how you communicated the change, and gained buy-in from employees to ensure a successful outcome.
Sure. So I was only in the town of West Boylston for a few months when I had my first grievance filed against me. And it was for mandatory holdovers to ensure minimum staffing. And it was part of their collective bargaining agreement. And unfortunately, not having a lot of personnel and people wanting to take time off and previously being allowed to with really no consequence, it posed a challenge. And they pushed back on that. And I explained to them at the time, one, it's within my management rights to mandate this, but this is also part of our agreement with the hospital, service to the community, and part of your collective bargaining agreement. So once I had explained that took care of the grievance portion of it. But the buy-in was the big step to accomplish at that point. I sent a very well thought out letter. I took a lot of time pondering how I was going to word it, but basically I said, my part in this is to ensure that we have the staffing to meet the service needs of the town. I will continue to do everything I can to increase the number of personnel that work here, to make sure everybody's properly trained and that you have the appropriate resources to answer that call. And over the last 4 years, I can tell you that I've bought everybody new turnout gear, that everything is NFPA compliant. We have new gas meters, new thermal imaging cameras, new apparatus, new ambulances. We're working on a new station now. And like I said, I've over doubled the number of personnel on the full-time side and increased the per diem and call department in that time. And so I've lived up to my end of it, and they are living up to their end of it, which is ensuring that what was a minimum of 2 people on duty at all time is now a minimum of 4 people on duty at all times, and now it's typically 5 with a minimum of 4. And so there was some give and take with it, but everybody is understanding that that is safer for the employees, it's better for the community, and that is what needs to be done to accomplish our goals.
Great, thanks.
Last question, Mark. The next fire chief will inherit a department with ongoing labor negotiations, safer funded positions, new fire station under construction, and evolving service demands. What would be your priorities for the first 100 days as chief, and how would you measure success?
Sure. So my first 100 days, a lot of it is going to be evaluation and getting to know and understand the needs of the town, the department, the membership, and to establish those plans of what we're going to do going forward. And once we have plans to say, you know, we have to meet these certain benchmarks to ensure that the fire station is on schedule, is on budget, and is going to be operational within a certain time period. And when we have those goals with collective bargaining to ensure that we're meeting the needs of the employees as well as staying within the fiscal constraints of the town, and get that done, and then evaluate the future needs of the town, the potential growth and build-out, potential hazards that are coming into towns, particularly with industry, the interstate highway system, local roads, and of course pedestrians traveling on those roads. And I see, you know, you've taken a lot of initiatives already with improving the safe walking spaces, with the roadways, and with hiking trails and stuff like that to make those ADA compliant or at least more accessible. You know, so to make sure that we're hitting all those benchmarks in a timely fashion, that they're, you know, measurable and attainable goals, and that we're staying the course with it. And then, you know, every so often to recognize we need to reevaluate. You know, are we getting things done, or are we just kicking the can down the road? And to make sure we're not just kicking that can, that we're actually putting deliberate effort into making sure that we're achieving the things that we set out to accomplish.
And then just one next part to that question. Why are you the best option for fire chief here in Northborough?
So I come with a lot of experience. I've already interfaced one fire department into a new building, coming from an old one and into a new one. I was on the building committee in Southborough for our public safety complex. There was a lot of quirks that come along with a new building and a lot of challenges, particularly with mechanical systems, lighting systems, snow removal, you know, and then just our general operations, how the fire department comes in and out of that. And of course, we had to do it during COVID. So how do you bring the personnel in without interacting when some of them have been sick or on precautions? So we had an extra little challenge in there, which was nice, and I'm glad that's behind us now. You know, but also I have experience as a fire chief in leading the management team with dealing with the personnel, with dealing with collective bargaining agreements, in dealing with, you know, how our department is viewed within the community and what our impact is on the other towns around us, what our impact is on the other departments that work in the same town. So, you know, for every dollar we get is a dollar that another department isn't getting. We're all vying for that same pot of money, and we have to make sure that we work collaboratively with all these agencies to identify which ones have the highest need right now, and then where do we fit into that mix. And certainly with capital budgeting, master plan, you know, those are all components of that we have to be mindful of, that we are not the only organization in this town.
Thank you. And any questions for us?
So I guess my only questions for you are, how do you see your fire department right now? What is your relationship? Is it a little contentious? Is everybody happy with the services they're receiving? And what are your expectations of your new fire chief?
That's a great question.
Do you want me to answer?
I'm intentionally trying to defer to the chair, but I'm happy to answer it.
Yeah, I mean, I've obviously brought kind of what, as I said before, you weren't in the room, Mark, so no issues there. But, I think there is a little bit of trust that could be rebuilt between the fire department staff and the elected leadership. I think there's been, and everything's a two-way street, right? So if you're going to rebuild trust, you both have to sort of reach out for that. So it has to come from both ways. So that's one aspect I would point to.
Well, like I said, I have the experience with a couple of other departments over the years of improving those relationships and bringing people together and bringing the community together with their fire department. And I can tell you that when I left Southborough, the town was very embracing of the fire department and the things that we did there. And currently in West Boylston, I can tell you the town loves their fire department there, and the membership does a great job and a great service to that community. And so I would hope to do the same thing here in Northborough.
And I would just add, I think the town does love the fire department. Like, the relationship between the town and the fire department is incredibly strong, and the extra mile the fire department goes every day to do the small things that people notice is the characteristics that make it what it is. And then from a fire chief perspective, looking for strong leadership, someone that can, it's a hard job. And Northborough has a lot of hard numbers ahead of it. We've got a fire station that we've got to complete. We've got schools we need to fund. We have tax overrides that, could be in our future in the near term. So it's a really important job for us to get the right candidate for.
Well, I hope for the opportunity to be able to work with you and make sure that we mend those relationships and point this town in the right direction going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Not bad, we're right on schedule. It's at 8:30. So, how will you get to, what's that? Being,
Yeah, we'll get back to broadcasting live.
yes, yeah, that'd be terrific, thank you.
Steph, I'm going to use the restroom.
Yes, go right ahead, I know, everyone should take a break, yeah. I'll stand up for a second. Oh, Karen.
Nice to see you.
Great to see you.
Take care. Enjoy your summer. We'll be in touch.
Yeah, give me a call.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I will.
Welcome back to the Select Board meeting. So we just concluded our fire chief candidate interviews, and now we're getting back, and now that will be posted online for residents to view in the next 24 hours,
Yeah.
48 hours, in that range.
Is that okay, Patrick?
I don't want to sign you up, Patrick, for more than,
Yeah, no, it'll be up.
okay.
Okay.
Either, I'll probably do it either tonight when I get home or tomorrow.
Okay, sometime
Within the
tomorrow.
next 48 hours, we'll
Yes.
give you Patrick. Thank you. Getting back to the meeting agenda, moving on to agenda item number 3, Public Safety Communications Plans, presented by Police Chief Brian Griffin and Consultant Mark Cady.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everybody. Brian Griffin with Police Chief. With me is Amy Bullard. She's the Records and Communications Supervisor for the town. Also with me tonight is Detective Sergeant Jeremy Treffry, who will be speaking later on another agenda item. Deputy Chief Aspesi, who will be commenting on this agenda item, and Mark Caddy, who I'll introduce to the board in a minute. I often tell our officers that the most important pieces of equipment we carry are our pens and our radios. Both are essential communication tools. Little kids often get a kick out of that when I tell them that our pen is one of the most important tools we carry, because typically they want to talk about our firearms. But the radios that we carry and our pens are so critical to us. With our pens, we listen to people, we take notes, and we document information. Those notes ultimately become police reports that answer the basic questions of who, what, where, when, why, and how. When a pen runs dry, replacing it is pretty simple. Our radios, however, are a different story. They are our lifelines to our dispatchers and our fellow officers. And I'm also going to say firefighters as well here. I'm speaking a lot about police, but this is all about communication, and clearly they're a part of this conversation as well. Critical information is relayed with a push of the button of the microphone. Our dispatchers serve as our quarterbacks, directing resources, informing us where to go, who needs assistance, and often warning us about potential dangers we may encounter. When radio communication begins to fail, the solution is far more complicated than replacing a pen. From a public safety perspective, and I know the fire department would agree, our communication systems are not performing at the level they need to. Time and time again, officers, firefighters are experiencing difficulty communicating with our dispatchers or with one another. Reliable communication is one area of public safety that simply cannot fail. I thought it would be helpful, and Amy did a wonderful job putting some examples together as to some of the difficulties that we're experiencing and have been experiencing for quite a while now. I'll give you a little, what we're going to do is give you some examples, and the first one is actually some of the body camera video, which I'm actually happy to share because we've only had the body camera program, which you all supported. It's been live now for several months, and it's been a wonderful tool for us. What you're going to see in this first video is a disturbing scene that took place a couple of weeks ago in the area of Route 9 and Route 20 by the motel. People passing by called in an individual who was standing outside of the street in his underwear at close to midnight, bleeding profusely, and he appeared to be under the influence. When our officers arrived, and you're going to see the video, they suspected he was shot in the leg. The wound, there was a ton of blood, and the wound appeared to be that from a firearm. And when asked, he said he may have been shot. So you'll see a lot in this scene. Keep in mind, the individuals blurted out. Obviously, we're not going to show the person. You'll see our officers. You'll see the great job they did, and eventually the paramedics who arrived. Just to kind of set up the scene a little more, when you hear the radio communication, that's what we're here about. That's what we want to kind of pay attention to, not necessarily the video. So we're going to watch it from the scene, which is about 7 minutes long, if that's okay, Mr. Chair, okay?
That'd be great.
And the next slide is going to be how the dispatcher heard it. So the first is the scene live. Second slide will be how the dispatcher heard it. And then the third slide gives two really quick examples of two other recent cases, no video included. When you hear the officers calling for Station N. Station N is our home base. That is our dispatcher. That's how they relay it over the radio. They'll say their radio call number. For instance, my call number is 132. So if I was trying to reach dispatch, it would be 132 to Station N. If the dispatcher was trying to reach me, she would say Station N to 132. So you're going to hear a lot of that, Station N, in different numbers. I just wanted to let you know what that was. So I'm going to start the video. And again, the point of this is to listen more towards their communication.
I'm not in the gang.
Can you sit on the ground? Can you get on the ground? Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
Sorry, did you get shot? I might have. Where? Where are you staying? I'm staying right there, sir. Somebody with me?
Station 183, you guys going to be on Route 9 or in the parking lot of the Econo Lodge?
We're right at the Econo Lodge parking lot where the 20 Buffalo gunshot wound. Hey, we're going to put a tourniquet on your leg. Tourniquet on your leg. Pretty bad. I know, but that's pretty bad. Station, possible GSW if you didn't get that. That going over? No. Oh.
We're fine on same mitigation still on 380 Southwest cut off at the Econo Lodge. It's going to be for a male bleeding from the line 2357.
Station, update fire, possible GSW.
Boys, use that house at 2357.
It should stop. I wish I could tell you exactly what went on. I don't know what time it is right now because but boys, the best I can correct up.
183, 187.
That's on the detail. It's the fucking radios, man.
Sorry.
Someone yelling? Well, man. Everybody all right? Yep. Police department. Police department. Yes. I'm clear. Just shit ton of blood on this towel.
But there's no knives or anything.
Well, look around and see if there's anything in here.
Walter. We're all set.
There's a ton of blood in the room. The door was locked. There's a ton of blood in the room. Shell casing.
Oh, we can't find anything in there.
Hey, can someone go to the registry and just get his name?
The medical.
It's just bleeding right now. It's like bleeding heavy right now. We just this guy, I don't know who he is. 184, 69. Say nothing. Sarah. Possible party.
We're just gonna go to the what the dispatcher is hearing.
I'm not in the...
Station 183, are you guys going to be on Route 9 or in the parking lot of the Econo Lodge?
We're right at the Econo Lodge parking lot where the 183, 187. Just looking for 187. 176, you stay down. The bleeding has stopped on his leg. We have a tourniquet on there. Seems to be under the influence or something.
Right, Steve, FD is on the way. Could somebody on scene call the sergeant, please?
Is someone calling 186? We'll be back in a second. 187, 176. Go ahead, sir. Do you want me to respond from Wall Street? We're all set. Probably just a deep laceration. 187, did you receive the medical or did you 101?
Final slide.
180.
The final slide, these are about 30 seconds each. Again, these are all within the past 2 months or so. This one, a motor vehicle accident, car into the tree, to a telephone pole on Birch Hill Road right off of Route 20.
181, station. Station. That one didn't come through. Apparently where you were standing before worked. You can attach National Grid. If you pull number 9. Pull the tag, just there around the base, just move around. Receiving that was number 909. 181%. Station. What do you have a thing today?
And finally, the last one.
Sorry, cut out. When I get a second, go ahead.
Finally, the last one we'll show you. This was a serious fight outside of IHOP back in March. Multiple callers reported a group of people physically being assaulted outside. One individual had a knife. This is the audio from Officer Ferreira trying to identify one of the individual parties. Violent offender, lengthy criminal record, including firearm charges.
Go ahead.
Whiskey, Echo, X-ray, Lima, Echo, Romeo, last name, Lopez, Lima,
I'm happy to report in the first incident that you saw with the body camera video that the victim in that incident was transported to the hospital and recovered from a serious leg wound due to part by the fine work of the men and women of both the police and the fire department. Our officers put a tourniquet on that individual. He ended up, he cut it on a guardrail, a sharp edge of a guardrail. That's what we learned later on. On March, and I do apologize for the language in some of the video, but being on the scene on a stressful situation and not being able to communicate, I can understand and fully support why the officer chose to swear. I probably would have too. On March 8th of 2024, the Select Board received a memorandum from then Town Administrator Tim McInerney outlining proposed uses for ARPA funding. Among the identified priorities were public safety communication infrastructure upgrades, communication center improvements, and replacement of police radios. These projects have also been consistently included in the police department's capital improvement presentations. Later in 2024, ARPA funding was approved to hire a communications consultant to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the town's public safety radio communication system. The town ultimately hired Mark Caddy of LB Comms to evaluate communication needs across all departments, including police, fire, DPW, and the schools. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Mark Caddy.
I thank you for having me here tonight. Just a little bit about me. I'll give you my background. I live in the town of Oxford. I pretty much grew up there. I'm 58 years old. Worked in the city of Worcester for 32 years for the fire department. While I was there, did tech projects. Headed up the interop subcommittee for Homeland Security region for the Central region post 9/11. So I get to work with a lot of police departments, a lot of police chiefs on some regional initiatives. While I was in the city, I worked on the deployment of 2 of their radio systems and have worked on other statewide initiatives as well. So what ended up happening was, during my career, I became the subject matter expert in a department where everyone else took, I was the smartest one in the room. Didn't make me the smartest one. So what I did was I networked with a bunch of other people, and I do to this day. I have a bunch of listservers with people from all over the country that work for large and small municipalities. Currently doing a municipal vulnerability preparedness grant for a community in Central Mass, a population of 1,200, of which half of them are senior citizens. So I work with small communities, I work with large cities, I work with regional initiatives, rec centers in Central Mass and in other areas of the state. And when people come to me, they basically have, I can come in a multitude of different ways. And the way that I was approached for Northborough was basically, first thing was to do a feasibility study. Just basically take a look at it, take a snapshot of what you got, and kind of come back with some recommendations as to looking at things from what you have, what's been done, some of the investments. The fire department has been successful in some grant funding, and they've replaced a lot of their portable radios. And from a subscriber standpoint, and we'll talk about subscribers, is subscribers are the mobiles that are radios that are installed in the vehicles, police cars, fire trucks, plow vehicles, and portables are the things that people carry. The fire department has been able to make some successful investments in some of those over the past several years. But ultimately, both of those radios under the subscriber category work on infrastructure. And that infrastructure is well past its life expectancy. Like, we're talking 2 generations past its life expectancy. The console, which is a computer kind of PC interface that interfaces to the radios at the police station, has been past end of life for about 5 to 6 years. So if it breaks, they can find parts, they could fix it. And what's happening is the frequency range that the town operates in currently is very susceptible to interference. And we live in a world where we just keep adding more and more wireless devices. 5G, 6G's coming, Wi-Fi, everything is out there and it's competing for airspace. And Northborough is kind of, at one point, was part of a bigger community, meaning a lot of their regional partners. But currently, right now, they're on an island, meaning that the Shrewsbury has moved towards a digital platform working with the city of Worcester, and they operate in the 800 megahertz. Most of your other partners around you, Grafton, Westboro, Berlin, Boylston, all operate in the UHF range, and Northborough is still in the VHF range. So one of the recommendations in the study would be to move them from that spectrum to where they have more municipal partners. Marlborough just upgraded to digital platform. They've been on 800 for the better part of the last 15 years. They just migrated from analog to digital. Digital does provide a more stable platform, and I have more and more public safety agencies that are moving towards that. And what it does is basically it does away with a lot of that background static interference and works into some fringe areas. So there's a balance. You need a system that's designed properly, and it needs to be taken care of. You need to basically do preventive maintenance. So tomorrow, I'm working with a vendor and another department. I have a police department and a fire department in Worcester County that are migrating from, they just installed a new radio system. It's on an analog platform, and they're migrating that platform to digital. So what we're doing is we're doing some preventive maintenance, so they'll be going through all the police portables tomorrow. And if you were to move forward with this, as you move forward with this, preventive maintenance, as the chief just said, the two most important things, and I stress this all the time, is he said first was the pen and the next was the radio. And we do very little at training, and we do very little at taking care of that piece of equipment. And what ends up happening is, when you go to the academy, you might spend an aggregate of 40 hours or 40 hours plus, training on lethal force, non-lethal force, and then you get to work and they go, here's your radio. And they don't tell you how it works, they don't tell you what the limitations are and stuff. Now, if that incident that took place at 9 and 20 got worse, Shrewsbury's coming in, I can tell you that they have, what's taken place over time is they now have multi-band radios, so you can have a radio that has Northborough PD, UHF, and 800 in the radio, but the town doesn't have multi-band radios. So moving forward, that is one solution as to having those capabilities of being able to work with, the state police, and you've had interactions where you've had incidents where the state police come in, and how do you handle that? Any type of an incident that takes place at a school, any type of large-scale incident is going to require regional partners to respond. And you have to think about not only what are those day-to-day operational needs and requirements, but how does that escalate, and how does the department handle those needs if it does escalate? So we looked at that. And then I basically came back, made some recommendations based on what we saw, and put together some ROM numbers, working with other projects that I've worked on, working with multiple different vendors, of how we could look at migrating the project so that the departments would still be able to work together. There'd be a path for them to work, in collaboration with the school department, so they could move forward and have, don't lose any capabilities there, and how they would move forward with that. And that's what we kind of looked at, setting the stage for that, how you would basically move forward in that kind of category. So that's what you have right in front of you. You have an executive summary. There's a larger report behind that we can share with you if you want to. We ran coverage maps. We kind of looked at it. And as recent as a week or two ago, the irony here is the town of Boylston actually installed part of their new radio system at the orchard at a farm, and was it Davidian's farm? And you used to have a site there, but you don't anymore. But they put up a telephone pole and a new shelter and a generator. But there's now a tower company that was just in front of the planning board 2 weeks ago, and they're coming back in front of the planning board again. But they can make arrangements for that tower that's being put up at Davidian Farms to be leveraged. So that's what we look at, and when I looked at things is, you currently use a couple of other cell towers in town, is when you go through special permitting, and I always make this recommendation to all towns, and when I go into a community, I usually end up pulling special permits to look at the zoning requirements, is when they're coming in to site a tower, the municipality can basically put in the special permitting process that you are allowed access to the tower. It saves you a lot of money, because right now, if I have to green space a brand new tower for public safety, which I just did one down in southern Worcester County, you're looking easily, depending on site conditions and utilities, you're looking at on the low side, you're looking at $500,000. So if they're going to install a cell site and give you ample access to it, with no reoccurring costs, basically you'd put in a structure, you'd pay for your own utilities, that's a cost savings. And we look at those types of cost savings and see if we can leverage those. Not all the cell sites are there for their network. Some of those networks can work for you, some of them can't. But if we could take advantage of that and leverage that as a cost savings to make your system go a little bit further by not having to invest in capital for network build-out, for backhaul. As I tell people all the time, if we're going to build a radio system, if you said tonight, we got the funding, we're going to build a radio system. I can build the radio system in about 30 days. Get the equipment in, we could stage it in a warehouse, ready to go. The problem is the integration of it. Where's it going to go? Where am I going to install the stuff? Is there any civil stuff? Do I have to put in utilities? Do I have to build a tower? Do I have to leverage agreements, leases, that type of stuff? That takes a while. And every site is different. It's civil and backhaul. And one of the other problems that we have to work around right now with technology is your system has multiple sites. It votes. There's one transmitter, but it votes the receive audio. All those receive audios work over Verizon copper phone lines, which Verizon is not really maintaining or servicing right now, and they're doing away with. So moving forward, what I refer to as backhaul, and that's basically just the connectivity between all the sites that we would leverage, would either be microwave, which is one site talking to the other site with a microwave dish, it's wireless, or there'd be fiber optic cable. And that's one of the things I think that we're looking at right now is at least, I believe there's going to be fiber optic cable between the police station and the new fire station, would be to leverage that. And if there's other fiber that's out there that the town currently has, is to leverage other existing investments that the community has had. So we don't try to reinvent the wheel. We try to leverage as much as possible, looking at arrangements with other private entities and leveraging other investments that the town has made in utilities, whether fiber optics, co-locating things at a school, co-locating something that already has a generator that we don't have to buy another $50,000 generator and then have to maintain it and fuel it. So those are the things that we're looking at. So the recommendations are in front of you. And if anybody has any questions right now, I am willing to answer any of the questions now or even in the future.
So I'd be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to talk on behalf of the fire department. Thank you, Brian, for all those kind words about our stuff. Yes, critical, we saw some videos of incidents and whatnot, but a lot of times in public service, we have one opportunity to make a call. These situations happen if they're struggling with an assailant, or if we're in a building fire, sometimes you have that one chance to make that call, and it needs to be made. So it's a critical issue. I think it's important to note the team approach, as I mentioned earlier tonight, that we leverage not just police and fire, it's police, fire, emergency management, DPW, and the schools. So we're trying to maximize our investment and get everybody on the same page beyond the benefits of the communications. Mark, can you just mention, so we don't have a redundant system now, and if the system fails, what happens?
So the way the technology, the way the systems were built in the past and the way your system is currently built today is there's what we call a repeater. So it's basically one site where there's an antenna and a receiver, and you talk into the receiver and it comes out to transmit on another frequency. As those systems have evolved, and typically that one site transmits at a pretty high power. And as systems evolve, what we've done over time is we've added other satellite receivers. So we add other radios that listen to the system, but we still have one powerful transmit site. And the reason for timing and doing what I'm going to refer to as simulcast, which is where we kind of head in the future, is the backhaul could never support it. Phone lines could not support that. And unless you had two big high sites and you had a microwave path between it, which most small communities don't, is you couldn't support simulcast. And what you can do with simulcast is, let's just say, I have a community right now, they have 3 transmit sites. So they have 3 sites, one on top of a building, an Amazon building, one on a private carrier tower, and then one on a tower at a school. And those 3 sites work together. They're synchronized with GPS timing. They work together. And then they have another receive site at the police station. If one of the sites goes down, the other 2 continue to work. if something else goes down, a microwave goes down, it reverts the radio back over to a control station. So the other night, I got a phone call from the dispatcher, and she said, the radio doesn't say preferred, it says backup. Well, it did its job. It switched inherently because the system's looking at an IP network, and it's basically saying, oh, I can't see this site, so it just switches automatically and basically provides redundant backup. So that's what the deputy chief is referring to right now, is you have very limited resiliency in your network. Not only does it have poor audio quality, but if something was to go down at one of the sites, the ability to kind of recover is very, very limited. So by going to this newer technology and having multiple sites, if you lose one of the sites, you're not completely off the air. So I always tell people all the time, if you have one site and you lose that site, you go to 0. If I have 3 sites and I lose one of the sites, I might only go to 80%. Well, 80% is a lot better than 0. So I have sites, and we can look at the coverage maps, and that's what we do when we work with the vendors, is basically have them design the radio system based off what we tell them the system requirements are going to be, and then come back. So the ROM prices that you're looking at are probably are the high side. They're rough order of magnitude pricing. Once we get out into the competitive field of having the vendors bid against each other, then you can see cost savings there and moving forward with those types of investments. Did that answer your question, Chief?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Leslie.
First of all, Mark, thank you very much for your report.
You're welcome.
Very comprehensive. I did have to read it a couple times. I'm not a particularly techie person. So, I did want to absorb all the information. And Chief, thank you very much for the visuals. I think that helps a lot. And Neil, that was the question I had, because when I first read through this, it sounded like redundancy was a negative term. But it sounds like it's an important term here.
Mm-hmm.
The other point I wanted to make is, it sounds like this is very unpredictable. So sometimes does it work okay, and sometimes it doesn't? And is that an increasing number of situations where you have something like that happen where you're just not communicating? Is that on the increase, would you say?
I'm going to, Amy wouldn't mind stepping up. She's often the one who's supervising the dispatchers, who could probably best answer that.
Is it on the increase? I mean, I've been with the department for almost a little over 7 years. Almost all of which was at the dispatch center. I don't know if it's increasing. It's always been this way since I've been there. It seemingly is a lot of times in the same parts of town, the Route 9 at 20, the Walmart parts of town, that a lot of scary, dangerous things happen, and the radios fail. When the Motel 6 was open before, and now what's as Spark, if the officers or fire department enter that building, it's radio silence. As soon as they enter the building, we have zero communication. We have to rely on cell phones, which is unfortunate, because who has time to pull out their cell phone in case of emergency? Even this morning when I was preparing these slides for this presentation, there were calls in the center of town. You heard all a series of mic clicks. I understand you guys don't have radio ears, so it might have been difficult to even understand at all what was trying to be said in those clips. But nobody can understand a series of mic clicks. It's dangerous and it's scary, and it's consistently terrible. So,
thank you very much. I appreciate that. Can I continue, John? Based on, we have testimony from someone who has to use it. This is unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. And it could be anybody here in town who has a child driving a car that gets into an accident. You think they're going to show up at home, and they don't. And there's something happens, and there's no communication, and the child doesn't get to go to the emergency room when they need to. I mean, there's so many different things that could happen to anybody in this town, and that is unacceptable to not be able to hear. Yeah, unacceptable.
I'm going to prompt you again on something. So I think it's also important to know we're at VHF now. UHS is the middle. We chose to go with the UHF because 800 is another animal, and that's the future, but it's really not cost prohibitive, really. So, Mark, if you can touch on, we're not asking for the best. We're asking for kind of a fix.
So UHF works. Prior to in the city of Worcester, prior to them going to 800 back in the 90s, they were on UHF. And there's still a lot of communities that use UHF. The city of Boston still uses UHF. UHF is a very good spectrum for even penetrating buildings. So when you look at, well, getting into the technical kind of aspect of it, radio signal waves are a certain, they're length, they're an energy wave. And VHF energy waves are about 18 to 20 inches long. Those energy waves don't like to penetrate buildings. They're good if you're trying to cover wide area coverage, if you're in an area that has a lot of rural areas and stuff like that, and your square footage is square miles of coverage area. But when you get into a densely kind of populated area and you're looking at what I call lightweight construction, residential construction, which is anything below 5,000 square feet, lightweight, medium construction, which is like light commercial buildings, some schools, and you get into heavy construction, which are your box buildings, warehouses, those types of things. They all tend to degrade the signal a little bit. So when you look at schools and stuff, a lot of them operate in the UHF range because it penetrates better. So as the deputy chief has said, we're not looking, we did evaluate, because we looked at a lot of things. We looked at, could we go to the state system? The state runs a commerce system, and that's what Shrewsbury tagged on to the city of Worcester. When Shrewsbury rolled out their system, they added 2 more sites to, the city of Worcester has 3 sites, and Shrewsbury added 2 more sites, so now it's 5 sites. So we looked at that. Right now, the way the system is right now, it wouldn't meet the needs of Northborough. You would not gain anything there by investing in that at this point. Would that change? And I tell people the life cycle of a radio system is about 10 to 12 years. 10 to 12 years from now, if you were to make an investment this year, would that state system be something? Yeah, it could possibly be potential, migration path in the future in the next decade or so. But right now, I think the investment needs to be made into a new radio system, in a new band, in this UHF band, and kind of collaborate with the other agencies so that there's interoperability between the agencies you have here, and that the police chief and the fire chief have, with their departments respectively, have the ability to communicate not only with, if they go out of the town, but the other entities coming into the town to provide resources. Because I will tell you that any significant situation that takes place, whether it's here with the police department or with the fire department, is going to require assistance from their mutual aid partners on a day-to-day basis. So if there's a significant incident that takes place at, a fight breaks out at the mall, whatever, or there's a teen takeover or something, or there's an MCI and there's a 10-car pile up at 9 and 20, they're going to require resources from all around here, and it's the coordination of the ability. One of the things that we did with Homeland Security was, and Amy can speak to it, is back after 9/11, the police departments were all over the place, and we had no way to communicate between dispatch centers. And we invested in radios and put them on the state police radio network. So now they have a network where they can talk PSAP to PSAP, so they can request other resources from other agencies, and we've just migrated over to being able to request fire resources as well. We didn't have to build out any infrastructure. There's no annual reoccurring cost. And they do roll call checks a couple times a week where they call the other agencies, and the radio system, and here for law enforcement, it's called Local Public Safety 7, and the state police have access to it as well. So we built a regional network, and literally off of Homeland Security money, we just rolled out a new set of radios, prepare for the future, and it doesn't cost the town, and it doesn't cost the region anything. We leverage other resources. So my goal would be to help you move this project forward and to do it effectively and efficiently by leveraging the most out of what we can use. And there are other things, as the chief had said earlier, through code compliance, there are BDA ordinances, and as the town grows and things happen, that looks at certain types of buildings that fall within the building code. And we basically make provisions for having building coverage so that when, basically what a BDA is it's an amplifier that goes in the building, so when you go in the building, the radio system extends inside the building. So we want outside, if a police officer or firefighter has coverage standing in the street, in the parking lot outside the building, as soon as they go into the building, they have the same coverage. And that's covered within the building code. And there are some BDAs in town now, but if you don't have coverage in the street, it's not going to work in the building. It's basically good information in, good information out, bad information on the street, you're not going to get any, it's not going to work for you in the building. So that's why we're looking at this new spectrum for UHF. And that's where Boylston just went to with their new radio system in the last couple of years.
Thanks, John. Yeah, no, thank you for the report and all the work that went into it. I think, we have a host of adjectives we can use to describe, what we heard, but I think the officer in that video describes it better than any of us could, and hits the nail right on the head. To the point where sitting here and listening and watching, frankly, this is my third year on the select board. I feel guilty that I didn't know that that's the situation that was ongoing. I know there was that discussion you laid out about utilizing ARPA funds. I'm glad we were able to use some ARPA funds to get to this point, to at least figure out a way forward. In hindsight, it's always 2020. Wish we had maybe allocated some funds to part of the solution, not just what the plan is for the solution. So in that aspect, what are this, and kind of looking at the way you've got the costs laid out, right? Because everything comes down to a certain amount of dollars and cents. What are some of the things, roughly with dollar-wise, that we'd be looking at to get something like this moving forward, right? It's is it the roughly 2.7 sort of as like a single article at town meeting that we somehow need to find funding for, or is it in steps, and what do those steps look like if you could lay that out?
Well, as I said before, just kind of lay this into some framework for you. The biggest stumbling block will be the civil costs if we have to kind of look at where the sites are going to go. And one of the issues that we have is you can go to the state bid list and you can buy equipment off of the state bid list fairly easily and with very little procurement uplift. But as soon as we interject construction costs into it, it changes as an animal. So if we had to take certain investments and say, okay, we go out to the vendors and say, hey, what are you looking at here? And they come back and they say, okay, we're gonna build a radio system and we need 3 sites and they have to be here, here, and here. Okay, these 2 are all good. We do some small investments there. This one's going to require some significant investments that are going to take the better part of 10 months, depending on there again. It depends on when things kind of come into play. Is that if you were going to make the investment in subscribers, you could probably make the subscriber investments quicker, because if you would buy multi-band portables, we could operate them on the system that's there today as we're building out the new system. So give them new radios that are, the latest, they're on frequency, they're able to be PM'd. As we're building out the infrastructure and then migrate them over to the infrastructure, I think would be a path that would be probably the quickest, because right now we're dealing with, and there again, fire really doesn't need subscribers that quickly, so we could look at a tiered thing, and then there's an educational piece there, so the schools might be able to find a funding source for their grant funding. And the DPW is just kind of, their fleet is aged, but they're not a priority. So they could come as, we could look at this and we could reformulate this as kind of like a 2-year project and say, okay, the priority right now is public safety, infrastructure, subscribers, and then schools can kind of build theirs out in another year or in another budget cycle. And then DPW could come in as like a phase 3 in the back end. So you wouldn't have to take the whole hit in 1 year,
Right.
But the priority would be public safety and moving them through as quickly as possible.
So it's maybe, and tell me if I'm not hearing it right, but sort of working on a ground sort of up, right? Because you could get newer equipment, newer frontline radios, and as you're describing, they're somewhat, I'm guessing, back compatible, so they would still operate with our older equipment.
Yep.
And so when we upgrade that old equipment, now you're ready to go. You've got the better stuff in your hand. You've had it.
So the radios that we would get would be compliant not only in the VHF band that we have now, but it would handle that UHF band in the future. And if you wanted to add the 800, it could. It would be working today in analog, but it also has the capability. So the investment that you made in subscribers would be forward compatible for the next decade.
Gotcha.
You know, and what I find is, and the chief can kind of say this, is that when you issue something to an officer as an individual piece of equipment, it has a longer life cycle. So before, when he came on, the chief would probably tell you that, you know, there was a rack of radios, you came in, you grabbed one, and if it fell or broken or got wet, you just threw it back in the charger at the end of the shift, and it was luck of the draw on the next shift if you grabbed a good one and had a good battery.
If you know if it's a good one, you switch it. So
You switch it. I know the bad one's in slot one, but the other shift, he switched it between 6 and 1, too. But when you issue things to people, they take pride in it, it lasts longer. So when a radio might only last 5 or 6 years, when it's issued to an officer and it's taken care of, you can look at it. And some of the manufacturers now offer warranties of up to 7 years. So literally, you can cover that radio for 7 years if it breaks, other than, like, you know, they use it as a weapon or something. But they have some pretty extensive warranties that are out there now, too, for subscribers as well.
And like we have, a lot of this isn't new. We've had it in our capital plan, portable radio replacements, our communications area, our dispatch area, that's been part of our capital plan. Some of it has gotten punted down the road a little bit. In my presentations this year, the capital request for FY27 was the communications center upgrade. Well, because we had this study going on, we punted that, said let's wait until we hear the study was out. And also we had for FY30 the portable radio replacement. That was presented in 2025. In 2026, I'm dating myself. I'm sorry. The FY thing's screwing me up here. For FY28, so my capital presentation, which will probably happen in the fall, I plan to ask for the portable radios as a step, right? That would probably happen, or at least we would be seeking that. So it's been out there. It's just bits and pieces of it, and now Mark's kind of talking about the whole picture. But even if we could do a small piece to help, you know, the portable radios, for instance, and then where the dispatchers work, that is some outdated equipment. I know a lot of you have been to our station to see it. It's pretty. A lot of it's from the 80s.
Yep.
Real quick, Mark. So, for the chair, do you mind? So just so everybody can understand, so the infrastructure part, I think we got a good idea about that and the costs. The mobiles and portable radios, you got to understand that we're required by the state to have a certain type of radio that can program all this. I think there's 900 channels that are required to be programmed in a radio. So it's not like we can kind of cut costs on that. Luckily, you know, through grants, the fire department's been cycling radios, so, you know, again, that would come off that, but it's not something where we could just say, well, we'll just get, you know, a radio off the shelf. It needs to meet certain standards, and the state really sets that, if I'm correct on that.
One of the other initial investments that I would make in the front end with the subscribers is new radio consoles. So right now, the equipment they have is what I refer to as kind of solid state legacy, meaning that there's a lot of solid state components that are in the back room at the police station, and you really can't take those resources anywhere else. So newer technology basically works on servers and then can be networked onto fiber optics or into the town network and can be distributed. So right now, if dispatch goes down, you know, they can go to the fire station, but they have very limited capacity in what they can do with the fire station. So with the new fire station, you know, we could have, typically with radio networks is they typically run 2 servers. So one's live and the other one's just sitting in hot standby, is that one server could be located at the police station and one server could be located at the new fire station. And if something was to happen, you know, there could be 2 or 3 consoles that are working at the police station, and you could have 1 or 2 consoles, and like one at the police station could be a laptop. And at the fire station, they could have one PC that's there and a docking station. So if something happens at the police station, they take the laptop with them, they go to the fire station, they drop it in the docking station. Now the fire station has 2 live PCs using the same resources. So it's how do we use the radio system and that network to the best advantage of the town so that we don't have to have things that are duplicative, and we can invest the money more efficiently and where the needs are, instead of buying multiple things that aren't needed all the time. So how do we move those things? And that's kind of what we're looking at right here.
I'm just looking at the schools.
Mhm.
I've noticed that the high school isn't on that list.
So we only looked at, when we looked at the high school, we,
The regional.
yeah, they're regional, so
Okay,
they
so
didn't
it's-
fall
it
under the
wasn't
town.
part
of-
of that.
Yep.
Okay, just curious. Yep.
Nope.
Yep.
We were dealing with, who were we dealing with?
Keith Lavoy, the assistant superintendent.
Yep, all right.
So he's been keeping the superintendent informed as to those.
Okay.
Do we have a cost for that? The high school, I would not be a part of it at all.
Well, we didn't have a conversation with them because they're a regional entity, but I mean, it wouldn't be a very heavy lift for them to bring them to the table and to talk to them and see what they have and to kind of weave it into this.
I mean, super valuable information. I really like the way that it's kind of broken down in terms of the different components, so the discussions can be had. I mean, there's a lot of ways to tackle this in terms of, I mean, I haven't heard a specific number on grants, but I hear the word being referenced.
That was my question. I know the last time we spoke, I was telling you about the earmark, so I
Yep.
applied for the grant, the
Okay.
earmark, for $2 million.
Okay.
The odds of getting it, I don't know, maybe a portion, we'll find out in the fall. Is there anywhere else we can go for grants that you would know of?
No, so for law enforcement, when we had the conversation on the phone, basically the two big federal grants are either BRN or JAG. And, BRYNE.
Yep.
And JAG grants.
That's the one we're
Justice.
going to be talking about
Yep.
next. We have a grant.
Yep.
One of the
Yep. So those are the two big police grants, and then on the fire side is they just have AFG. That's basically it. There are some small grants, EMPG, but it's what, five? You can't afford a radio. It's like $5,000 or $10,000 a year. It's not a lot in EMPG. The only other, I'll talk about the elephant in the room. The only other large funding source in the state is Regional 911. They have lots of money.
But
Now,
only if you're
only
going-
if you're participating in a regional entity. So, I've worked with other regional entities, and they've deployed radio systems. In one project over 5 years, we probably deployed $4 million, $5 million over 5 years. They deploy every year. They deploy $50 million in development grant just in the state of Massachusetts. Now, the problem that's coming up now is as more regional entities become entities, like Grafton, Southborough, Westborough is a new entity, or those entities become larger, like Neshoba is now 10 towns. As they become larger, the asks become bigger, and now we start to get into the realm of they want buildings. And what they've done is they're not funding buildings out of the $50 million of development money now. What they're typically doing is having them bond them and then just kind of seeding them money, $1 million a year to kind of fund the bond with either the districts or hosting. Hosting can basically bond themselves because they have a credit rating, they have a rating. But districts like Neshoba District, Westboro is going to be a district, those things where they're a political subdivision, they have no credit history, so they can't bond themselves. So the only way they can do it is the state has to back them. So they basically have worked with other regional districts in the state and backed them from a bond perspective, so that's not cutting into the $50 million, it's a development thing. So they'll come in. That's the other big pot of money that's out there right now, is to become part of a regional or to form a regional. And right now, the only people around you that are left would be, in this area, would be like Clinton, Boylston, and you,
What
and
about
Marlboro.
Marlboro, right?
Yeah, and Marlboro.
Berlin?
Nope, Berlin, Bolton are all in Neshoba, and Hudson just joined Neshoba. So Neshoba's at 10, Sterling just is in the process of migrating in right now.
Is it unheard of to join Grafton, Southborough, and Westboro?
You can join anybody.
Yeah. So, super educational. I guess just a couple of clarifying questions. I'm learning a lot. Not an expert at this. One is, so what I heard was there's analog and digital, right? Digital, Shrewsbury and Marlboro.
Yep, City of Worcester, yep.
So the analog systems for the P25 we're talking about, do we have any experience, any corollaries with like surrounding towns like Westboro and Grafton and Southborough? Or
So Southborough is P25
Okay.
now. Westboro will probably go to P25 when they go to the regional dispatch. Grafton is still analog right now. Marlboro went to digital. I don't know what they're doing in Neshoba right now as far as the smaller communities that are there. But I can tell you that I have, in southern Worcester County, I have 4 police and fire departments that are P25, and I have 2 more that are going fairly soon, and I'm going to be working with another town that just funded some money at their town meeting in the spring, and we're kicking off police and fire, and they're probably going to go P25 as well.
Would, by the nature of Grafton, Southborough, and Westboro being regional, would they all need to go to P25 at that point, or
Nope.
it's okay to V1 on it?
No, they're still in the process right now of designing how their radio system is going to kind of look like. Working with regional entities, and I can tell you this, is that what I see, and this is what I kind of share with people, is the 2 biggest stumbling blocks that dispatch centers have when they form regionals is, 1, they don't have enough space, or they don't build a big enough building. So what happens is they outgrow it very quickly, very rapidly, and then they're looking for more space. And the second one is that if you don't have some sort of a radio plan of having some sort of some plan that doesn't keep everybody on their own channels, is that you just keep adding, and the complexity doesn't get any better. Meaning that, having, right now in Northborough and dispatch, they're monitoring, the fire channel and the police channel. Well, that doesn't make it any better if I put it into another regional dispatch center, and then I'm monitoring, a center that has 6 towns, now they're monitoring 12 channels plus some other regional channels. So you have dispatchers, you have to kind of figure out how you're going to manage that. So most centers that I run into, then they start to look at, how do I start to pull this back together? If you don't have a plan when you start with 2 or 3, it's very difficult when you get to 5 or 6 and try to start yanking people back. So the biggest things are, what is our radio plan going to look like? And build a big enough center so you have enough room to grow. Those are the 2 biggest hurdles that I see that even the most successful centers in the state struggle with on a day-to-day basis, is space and communications.
Yeah, Chief, this is all very interesting. Like John said, this is fascinating information about all this. What are your thoughts about the whole regional situation? There must be a lot of pros and cons to that. It's certainly not a simple situation, I would imagine.
Yeah, and we've studied it. We were part of several working groups. One, there was a talk a couple years ago about Marlboro hosting a regional center, which was included us and several other towns, and it didn't come to be. Marlboro didn't go through with it. They were looking for a particular site. But we sat in on a lot of those discussions, as we did with another regional center that was going to go in another location in Westboro, not the current one they're proposing. And for us, I don't think it was going to work. I think Mark says a lot of, there's some positive to it when you hear about dollars coming in. But I don't think you're going to get the service like you get here in town. I think if you speak to firefighters, police officers, I shouldn't speak for fire, I apologize, but if you speak to police officers who work in these towns that have regional dispatch, I can't find many people who like it and says it works well. I really don't want to be put the blinders on and say, no, we can never do it. I'm just giving you my honest opinion from what I'm hearing, some of my research. People don't think it works great, even though it's nice to see that money come in from the state. Well, the money's going to eventually disappear. That money's going to slowly go away from the state. We're not always going to get it. How are we going to keep our police department open at night? Those are questions that have to be answered. Our 2 or 3 officers who are working midnights are out on the road, and our dispatchers are in the building and answering that door when somebody comes in. I don't and will not, as long as I'm chief, close our building at night. So I think we have to keep our eyes open. We have to look ways to save money, whether it's some get creative, grants, even though, as Mark said, there's not a ton out there. We do have to get creative. That's just kind of my personal feeling on it. I have 8 unbelievable employees who work in our communications, long-time employees for the town who do a phenomenal job. And to give them a pink slip to say they no longer have a job, I will stand up 110% for them, and I am not a fan of the regional dispatch.
Okay, that's good to know that, because obviously as this conversation progresses with this, we need to know what your thoughts are about that whole thing. Do we pursue that? So it's good to know how you feel about that. Thank you.
John, can I say something? Mark, do you have, let's just say there's 0 grant money available. I don't get this grant in the fall. Do you have baby steps that you could give us to start from, like we were saying, the radios first? Could you put it in a line of priority? And I have your costs, but
We can, but I will tell you this. Post-COVID, technology and supply chain issues, when I first got into the business, you could have a price book, and the price book could be good for 2 to 3 years. 2 years, easy. It was a 3-ring binder. Here's the prices. Prices now change every 2 months.
Okay.
So you're looking at an easy double-digit cost increase annually of 10%. I'm going to say I would guess 20 to 25% annually.
Wow.
So if we would, I can very easily create that framework. It's an Excel spreadsheet. I can kind of parse it out. But if I start to put this into year 2 and year 3, and you start to look at these coefficients, now you look at it and you go, maybe this is cost effective for us just to bond it and get it done with.
Mark, just a question on that. I mean, if we did this 4 years ago, would it have cost 60% less?
Probably. Well, 4 years ago you would have been in COVID. So, but seriously, if you went back, if you went back into 2020, 2018, I could tell you that. Put this into perspective, okay? City of Worcester put in a radio system of 3 sites, 12 channels at each site. It's a trunking 800p25 system. They replaced all the subscribers for the fire department, the police department, and DPW. I want to say there were like 3,000 or 4,000 subscribers that were replaced. They did that system in 2017 for $9 million. You see what the price is for your little town right now. So, and what they did was they financed it for 9 years at $1 million a year. So yeah, if you went backwards, you probably could have done this 4 or 5 years ago for maybe half of that. And if you move forward, it's going to go up. It could be 10%. But right now, even the vendors, I'm finishing a project in Southern Worcester County, this community that has 3 sites, and we're just wrapping it up. But this project's been going on for 2 years. The state of Massachusetts is trying to roll out their radio system. They're 4 years behind right now. They haven't even got Western Mass turned on yet. And I have a site that's holding up another project that I'm working on in Northern Worcester County. There's only about 6 or 8 vendors in all of New England that do this work. And right now, most of my vendors, they're scheduling their work for the fall and into the spring of next year. They're that far booked up. It's crazy. The pricing is crazy. The labor force is crazy. And, I can work on some framework, but we're going to have to look at, each year the cost is going to go up on whatever we push forward a little bit and hedge.
yeah, just a logical stepping stone of where we should start from. And
Yeah.
Any other questions from the select board?
Great.
Super
Really
insightful.
interesting. Yeah.
Okay. No problem. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for your patience.
Thank you.
Next up on the agenda, we have the acceptance of the Edward J. Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant. Discussion possible vote to accept the grant in the amount of $10,950 awarded to the Northborough Police Department through the Executive Office of Public Safety and Security presented by Brian Griffin, Police Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could call Detective Sergeant Treffery up. Jeremy is our sergeant who oversees the Detective Bureau. He's also does a lot of our grant work. So I'm happy to call up and say he did a great job writing this grant and getting it. $10,950. The department, with the support of the board, proposes to use the grant funding to support the startup cost associated with our newly created Domestic Violence Liaison Officer, or DVLO for short. These funds will be used to acquire the tools, equipment, and resources necessary for the effective performance of this role. The establishment and proper equipping of the DVLO will directly address critical community needs by enhancing outreach, follow-up services, and support for victims of domestic violence. I'm happy to report Officer Melissa Lonergan has been selected as our Domestic Violence Liaison Officer. Melissa has been with us for several years, and she has a real interesting background. She actually came to us from the District Attorney's Office, where she served as a victim witness advocate, oftentimes working directly with domestic violence victims. So this is a real win-win for us. This is an unfortunate call we go on often, sometimes the most dangerous calls that we go on. So to have some outreach, some support for victims of domestic violence, I think is a win-win for the community. This, as I said, the money we're going to be used. Some of the ideas, we're going to be purchasing a couple new really nice cameras to photograph injuries and things like that. Probably a laptop, some outreach type stuff for victims of domestic violence. So this is a one-time expenditure, fully funded by grant dollars. There's no financial obligation to the town of Northborough and no anticipated ongoing cost associated with this initiative. So happy to bring this forward and happy for the sergeant's work on this.
Good job.
Yep. Oh, fantastic.
Thank you. This is great. Very nice grant, and wondering whether this amount covers what you want it to cover for this particular position. Will there be money left over? Do you need more? What is the...
I think this is the perfect amount, to be honest
Okay.
with you. I don't anticipate asking for anything more. This is just a little one more step that this officer is going to be doing as part of her job, is to doing some outreach work for victims. So I think this money will cover everything that we need.
How does the liaison officer work with, like, Health and Human Services and?
It's a great question, Julianne. I think it's going to be hand in hand, kind of like our clinician, our mental health clinician, who again is a grant through the Advocate, who works with us, and she's working directly with them too. So we also have a senior liaison officers. There's two of them who deal a lot with senior-related issues, and both of those officers work directly with the fine people next door in Health and Human Services. Oftentimes, when we come across a problem, whether it be a senior or a domestic violence victim, will often link in the Health and Human Services, because sometimes they might have different resources than we are aware of. So we have a great relationship with them and are communicating often.
Okay, but so this person is not on call 24/7. How does that work?
No, I mean, it typically when our officers go to a domestic violence call, again, they're going to write that police report, offer the victim the support he or she needs at that moment, and then it's usually a follow-up maybe the next day. Depending on the severity of it, we may call her out to help us with the investigation. Jeremy's detectives, they have an on-call 24/7 detective. If it's something that is serious where Melissa could definitely aid us in, we would certainly call her out to come out to assist. But most of it's going to be follow-up type things.
And just one more question. So obviously this grant is for anything you decide you...
Correct.
Okay.
What was the license plate reader that was initially contemplated?
Flock cameras, which is, if you Google it, you're gonna get a lot of information about Flock. The Flock cameras we were toying with the idea of bringing it before the board, and at this time we're going to rethink it. I'm not saying never come in front of the board again. I think there's some benefit, but given the climate of things right now, I think it's best that we hold off on it.
What, for layman's terms, what is that? What is, I don't know.
Flock cameras?
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay, sorry. So basically, the town of Grafton, if in every point where you can enter Grafton, basically, there's a camera set up that's going to read your license plate.
Got it.
That license plate is a secured database for law enforcement only, who can utilize it when there's a need. The shooting down at Brown, that was solved because of flock cameras.
Got it.
It does phenomenal work. There is some various controversies going on about it as far as Big Brother type things and who's getting the data and stuff like that. I
would hate to be tracked.
Yeah. It's there's
What would that be like?
yeah, exactly. There's a lot of misconception about it right now. I do think it's a great product. I do possibly would revisit it at a future date,
Yep.
but not at this time.
Understood. No, I think it's, I can see the value in it for public safety for sure.
It looks like this money needs to be spent by the end of August. Is that going to be a
That's correct.
problem, or?
No, we have to spend it, and they have some quotes on some of the items they'll be buying should it get approved tonight.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Great. I have a motion.
Do I have a motion?
I move that the Select Board vote to accept the Edward J. Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant in the amount of $10,950 awarded to the Northborough Police Department through the Massachusetts Executive Office of Public Safety and Security, and authorize the police chief to execute any documents necessary to implement the grant on behalf of the town.
Second.
We have a second, and roll call vote, or just a no?
No, you can just say aye, because no
Yes.
one's remote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you for your support. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great
Thanks.
work.
This is great.
Nice work. Thank you. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
All right, now we get into, we're gonna pass over number 5.
Yep.
I'm gonna get into.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
It's been so long since I've heard Jason speak. I'm so excited. So, next up on the agenda, one of my, I always like to see Jason.
Tell you later.
No, it's not.
Yes.
It's with nothing but love.
Nice.
No, it's not sarcastic at all. Next up is approval of bond anticipation note ban issuance in fiscal year 2027, advances in lieu of borrowing, presented by Jason Little, our finance director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for having me before you tonight. This is an important, and I'm sorry I don't have a presentation as exciting as these last few, but I'm going to try to make this quick. And annually, we typically are in a cycle where we need to borrow money for our capital projects. It just so happens this year we're kind of on a low end where we would just need to issue a one-year note for this $1.895 million. Our notes have been marketed. We work with a financial advisor and bond counsel, and we secured a rate of 2.935, which is extremely close to the 3% that we had budgeted. So that's really good news. It's not always that close when the results come in, but because we use these estimates for over a year, we typically ask for where we think interest rates are going to be, and so we had that 3% estimate for the one-year note for a little over a year, when we crafted the budget. So our budget for 27 is going to be sufficient to pay the interest on this note. I have a pile of paperwork, and hopefully everybody didn't read every single page that was in the packet, but I do have the signature pages here, just those pulled out. There's about 9 signatures that the folks will have to make should you approve the bond anticipation note. And I'll pass those around tonight. We have a courier coming tomorrow to pick them up so that we can execute the transaction with the financial institution. So if there's any questions about the ban, I can talk about the advances too next if you prefer.
How much was last year's ban?
We did not need to issue a ban last year because we issued a bond.
Okay.
We that was the $35 million bond that was the largest borrowing that the town had encountered in the past. Yeah, the primary issue was the fire station within that.
And then in prior years, if we go back the year before that and the year before that, roughly what amount is that? Do we generally?
Oh, yeah, it ranges. I mean, there's a interest rate history table in this memo, like about the fourth page here.
It was on page 63. I'm just kidding.
It's labeled number 4, page 4, but you can see we go to the market almost annually for debt, and we don't issue a bond every year. There's a number of years where we didn't issue any long-term debt between 2021 and 2025. So that was all short-term debt. That was funding our capital projects that were debt authorizations in the meantime.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none.
Well, I'll have a motion. Sorry, I just remembered that was me. I wouldn't have put a mint in my mouth had I known that was going to be the shortest presentation by Jason ever.
I don't think Jeff and Leslie really appreciate.
So if I start choking, make sure one of the guys in uniform are out there to say, radio doesn't work, you know. I move the select board vote to adopt the official vote as prepared by Troutman Pepperlock LLP, bond counsel relating to the approval and issuance of the town's June 2026 general obligation bond anticipation notes in the amount of $1,895,000 as presented by Finance Director Jason Little.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then the second motion for FY 2027 advances in lieu of borrowing, I move that the select board vote to approve the 5 advances in lieu of borrowing totaling $4,202,798 effective July 1st, 2026 for FY 27 as presented by Finance Director Jason Little pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 20A.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Should we sign now or at the end?
I'll take them around now. That way,
I feel like you need these.
I know.
I felt urgency around it. Usually we sign at the end.
It's getting a little tense.
The courier's coming tomorrow.
It'll take us
It's
that long to
now
sign
or
them.
never, yeah.
So these are just the signature pages here. There's 2 that are labeled just for the clerk, so Julianne will be the only person to sign
She has
those
a lot
2
of,
forms.
yeah.
But
You sign them in order, too. In other words, I would sign here. Doesn't matter.
sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then these are the advances. So there's 5 of those. So
Okay.
those would need to be signed too, because we'll have to send them in.
Why
And
not?
while these are being signed, I'll just explain. I didn't do a full presentation about the advances, but I'll just share that one transaction is us getting money from an outside party. We're going to have a courier come pick up all of the band paperwork, and that's going to go to the bond counsel in Boston, and we're going to have a transaction where money's coming from an outside party. The advances, that's how we start a capital project. We're basically lending the money to ourselves and using our own cash flow to start a project. It's not coming from any place else. It's our own money. So we're basically telling the state that we're using our own money, and that's the purpose of the form and the purpose of the vote. So it eventually will be debt, but we're just starting it in the first year with our own money. Maybe you're comfortable moving on to your next agenda item while you.
Yeah, I want to get the full attention. I'm battling the full attention of the board versus the signings, but now why don't we?
What's next?
Next, we have the Northborough Art Council sculpture location acceptance discussion, possible vote presented by the Northborough Arts Council president.
but not least.
I apologize for the wait. And it's not last, but it's deep into the
Yes.
agenda.
Appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. We learned a lot tonight. It was also really interesting.
It's the beauty of the select board. You learn every meeting, there's something
Yeah.
new.
Okay, so I can just proceed?
Please, yeah, just roll
Okay,
right
I'd just like to summarize 3 points for your consideration tonight. Installation and cost, location, and purpose. So we hope for a decision tonight so that we can move forward with negotiations on the base installation, because it's about peak season for the landscapers now, and they're the ones who would be doing this cement base. As per our contract, the Apple Dancer sculpture installation needs to take place between August 1st and November 1st. We were hoping for possibly the weekend before Apple Fest, so that'd be September 12th. I don't know if that needs to be in front of the board again once we finish, but with that, it seems like a million miles away from now, but it's going to come up fast, and we've got quite a bit of work to do. We did request the artist's presence during the installation for supervision, as well as he's going to provide all the costs, the materials, the transportation, the cranes, whatever he needs to do to install it. So we don't have to own that cost. The sculpture is 8 feet 8 inches in length and 11 feet high without the base, and the base can be adjusted depending on where we end up putting it. So if it's very far away, we might raise it up a little bit higher. If it's up close, we just can be flat down to the ground, et cetera. So regarding the location, the NAC supports the town common location, which was the most popular choice and voted on received 58% of the total Northborough residents' votes. The alternate Blake Street location had a vote of confidence of only 9%, and that was actually the third most popular location. We didn't talk about the second one, which was actually the new fire station. But we later learned that there was a memorial plan for the front of the fire station, so we didn't think it was appropriate to pursue that location, but that was 16%. So if second place came in at 16% and first place was 58%, everything else below that is, there are many options, places where we can put this sculpture, but you can see where the majority had voted for Town Common. And then finally, I would just like to remind everyone that the purpose has to remain in support of placemaking and downtown revitalization, which was the focus of the public art plan. And I do have a physical copy should someone need it. I ran out of color ink here. But it was presented and voted on in 2024. That covers the 3 projects. We're doing the third major project here. And the plan specifically covers the following sections of the master implementation plan, which I'd like to read to you. Land use G2, enhance downtown by promoting a pleasing and welcoming appearance, one that promotes a sense of place, enabling it to become the community's proud central gathering area for residents and visitors alike. Economic development G1, define downtown in terms of its geography, e.g. downtown business district, appearance, branding, and function. And economic development G4, position the town to attract more visitors and commercial tax revenue. So with regard to the last one, once we get your approval, we go to work on branding, advertising, television slots, merchandising. We've got a lot of work to do. So we really want to hype this one up. We want to be known, hopefully, we do, besides Northborough Cable Television, get the bigger news stations to report on this installation of ours. So with that, I turn it back to you.
Thank you. Good update.
I have a kind of a point of order. So I think our jurisdiction is whether or not it goes on Blake Street. We have nothing to do with the town common. That's Parks and Rec.
That's correct.
Who are meeting tomorrow night.
That's correct. And that's originally why we came, because of the 2 locations, one being under the jurisdiction of the Parks and Recs and the other one being the select board decision. So we had to come here for Blake Street to be considered. But if that's voted out, then I suppose we go back to Parks and Recs that made the decision for town common.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
is that
what
my
about Didn't Scott, Chief of DPW, didn't he recommend that area on the corner of Howard and Church? Would you not consider that?
I think Scott's on. He is.
There, Scott?
I'm sorry, where's Howard and Church?
I figured, yeah.
We know where church is.
So you know where the Z School is?
Oh, yeah.
So if you're coming from the Z School towards Church Street, there's a big grassy area there. So picture yourself, the church is on your left, the school is on your right, and you're waiting to turn onto Church Street. There's a big grassy area there.
Is it opposite the Unitarian
Yes,
Church?
yes.
Okay.
A parking lot?
There's a
Why-
parking lot, and then there's that. So
would
it's
we-
nicely kind of
Why would-
removed from the school, because Leslie last time brought up the point of, children maybe being tempted to climb on the sculpture.
So I have to go to this, because this is what was communicated and voted on. And I'm sorry, I can get you the electronic copy, but this is the map of 20 and 135 that's considered the major thoroughfares of Northborough that needed to be developed around, as part of the master implementation plan. So that's where we focus. We didn't, it's not like we didn't have direction, and so therefore we can pick any location we wanted. We were trying to follow a plan to help support the town growth and presence. So I'm not quite sure, I'm not exactly sure what this is, so I'm not able to comment pros and cons about it.
Jeff?
No,
Scott is,
yeah.
he wants to.
Scott, can you hear us? Oh, here's the camera.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Yep, I'm here, Mr. Chairman and Select Board members. The location Julianne is describing is one of the spots we talked about that may get more, pedestrian interaction. One of the other spots was on the hill by Assabet Playground on South Street, just south of the playground. But there's not a lot of pedestrian traffic there, so we were looking at other locations that would have a lot of pedestrian traffic. A lot of kids walk from Ellicott through this area over to, downtown to hang out during nice afternoons at the school, so this was one of the locations we had thought of.
Thank you. I had understood we were evaluating Blake versus Town Common.
I did too.
So,
We're
I mean,
introducing so many
that's where
options.
my frame of reference
Yeah.
is still.
Same.
Yeah,
So
same.
we cannot then really discuss why we would want to have it at the town common, because that's not within our purview? Is that what
And
you're saying? So we just have to discuss whether or not we like Blake Street? Is that it?
Yeah, is it?
Well, I mean, I guess if we made a motion with a vote to place it on town common, that's
We-
not, we don't have, I guess, the authority to make it so, but
To
that would be an
support it,
endorsement of
maybe.
the select board that you could then take
Is it fair to
to.
say that you have the support of Parks and Recreation for Town Common?
Yes, we
Okay.
did, yes.
You just need us.
You just need us.
Correct.
Yeah, it would seem that the majority of people
Okay.
feel the same way.
Right.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
Right, because otherwise, if we can have all these other options, I'd put it out to the town again for another vote, and then we could
Yeah.
do the same thing all over again, but we don't have time.
Okay.
So wait a second. So we're discussing Town Common?
We are.
We were.
Yeah, town common versus Blake Street.
That's the discussion we're having right now.
Okay, so then I would like to make a comment that, that at the Town Common, you are faced with the same situation that you brought up, Leslie, last time, which is children climbing on the structure. I think the safety issue is the same at the Common as it would be at Blake Street. And additionally, the Town Common is a lot of war memorials. And I just in my mind can't reconcile a fun sculpture with the war memorials. I think we should stick with the war memorials and keep the rest of the area not with kind of fun.
So I can address the children climbing on the sculpture, because regardless of where it is, you might have to face that issue, right? So the plan was to do a bed of flowers or greens right around it, so it's like a big circle around the thing, so that you can't step on it unless you actively trying to jump onto it. So that's how we keep people off from sitting on it and trying to hang off of it. So that addresses
A little
that.
deterrent.
Scott?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the discussion we had at the last Park and Rec meeting, there's another one tomorrow night, as Julianne indicated. The last Park and Rec meeting was that the town common location was going to directly abut the accessible paved walkway, for lack of better terms, the front egg, as opposed to the rear one. So it would still be accessible to, residents, children, pedestrians using the common. It would not be surrounded by rose bushes where nobody wants to walk through it and look at it and get close.
Changed.
So we're just discussing whether or not we would support the town common, for example, but we're not actually the party that has to authorize or gets to authorize it. We're just simply discussing what we support, even though
We
Parks
should
and
vote
Rec
on
is the
Blake
one.
Street, which is what our job is, and then vote to do something with town common. But there's one other point. Scott, aren't they discussing a town common policy tomorrow?
That's one of the that's one of the agenda items for tomorrow night. And the placement of sculptures or other permanent structures on parks grounds is one of the items in the policy. And it requires a lot of reviews, police, fire, DPW, select board, and the Parks and Rec Commission. So that's in the works. I do know that the Parks and Rec Commission were straw polled in favor of the town common. As Public Works indicated, it's one of the more preferable locations as far as maintenance goes, meaning it's in the public eye. It's not where a bunch of middle schoolers hang out very often. So that I expect Parks and Rec to be supportive of the town common location tomorrow night.
Yeah, so there's more context in this meeting than I understood last meeting.
Yeah.
Some of the, I had come in under the impression we would just pick the one that we wanted and we vote and so we could do that a couple different ways. We can do it if we feel like the town common is the preference of the select board. We can do town common, and that would be the vote against Blake Street. It would also indicate where we think we want it, not do the confusion between Howard and Church and a bunch of other things that could be not clear. My inclination is to vote on what, I prefer the town common. That's my own preference, or vote as a board. But my preference is to vote on the thing that we want as a board, as opposed to vote against one spot and leave it ambiguous what we want. I'm open to feedback.
Mm-hmm.
So just the technicality of the motion would be that the select board supports the sculpture on the town common. We can't vote on it and say, if we can't vote on it going on the common, because that's not our.
We would have the authority to go and put it on, Parks and Recreation has the authority.
Right.
We could take a vote without authority.
Right.
Just
That was kind of my point.
A vote
We're
of
talking
support
about
and
supporting it,
confidence.
not voting.
Supporting the.
If we voted 5-0 to put it on Blake Street, well, then that's
right.
That's different information.
We're just making a statement, basically.
That's my view.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You comfortable with that, Julianne?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the
I don't want you to make a
notion.
motion that you're not supportive of either if you're not comfortable with that. And you're assigned this motion.
Oh, I can make the motion. And
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just didn't want to put you in that position if you didn't want to.
No, I'm happy to make the motion, but I'm not in favor of the town common, so.
Understood.
I can do that. Okay, so I guess the motion would be, and correct me if I'm wrong, I move that the select board vote to support the placement of the public art sculpture at the Northborough Town Common as discussed.
Second.
This will be a roll call vote. Leslie?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
No.
Joanne? Mike?
Aye.
I'm a yes as well, 4-1. Motion
Okay.
passes. Or support passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting too.
So I guess,
But, yeah, we.
Because we
We'll
then we
just
move
wait.
forward with Parks and Recs next.
Yes.
Right. Yes.
Yep. You have the support of the select board.
Yes,
And
thank you.
if we to come back for anything that requires our authority, we're here, and we'll see you again, hopefully not.
Right.
Okay.
You guys are on tour. You're on
And the
tour.
nicest of-
Wow. Thank you very much. Thanks
so
for
much.
waiting.
Thank you.
It is awesome, by the way. I think the
It'll be good.
the sculpture itself came out, it's really cool.
It's beautiful, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, let's, next order of business. Adoption of environmentally preferable product purchasing policy. Discussion and possible vote presented by Scott Charpentier, Public Works Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe there are enough Ps in that agenda item to cover quite a bit. So the select board of the town adopted a policy of recycling back in 1997 when Mass DEP was kind of transitioning over to from solid waste management to recycling and resource management. Things have evolved since then. They've strongly recommended adoption of a revised policy. So Mass DEP oversees an RDP grant process. It's the Recycling Dividend Program grant. We've been applying for those grants since I've been here. They're in the $8,000 to $12,000, $14,000 range. In order for us to be eligible for a couple more points on the grant, and every point's worth whatever it is, $500, $1,000, we need to update our policy. So the new policy, which is based directly on Mass DEP's template, was provided in your packet. The only changes that are substantive, which is a kind of a stretch of the use of that word, are the purchasing products through the OSD, Operational Services Division. That's Combis, state bid lists. They now have like a specific group that provides environmentally preferable products. Longer lasting, more durable, more recyclable materials in them, more recyclable capabilities when they're retired. So that's essentially the only change to the policy. We've always had the procurement component every year. The town administrator's office sends an email out to all department heads saying buy recycled, reuse if you can, try to buy durable. But this is kind of introducing a state bid list specifically associated with environmentally preferable products.
That sounds great. It does, makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's just a long buzzword for more expensive products, is it?
Oh, that's,
Yeah,
More work to buy them.
yeah.
Is it, Scott, is there any analysis? I mean, it's a fair point. Just, I mean, obviously it seems like the right thing to do, but like, is there any analysis that's been established on adopting this policy that other towns or anything in public domain or any research that you may have done?
No, the only thing they're promoting is when we go through the state bid list to purchase something, to go to their environmentally preferable products group first and look what their prices are. For example, schools, I'm going to buy new desks. You go there first, you see what the numbers are, see if they meet your spec, and then you compare it to a more conventional purchasing program. And if it's equal or less to be environmentally conscious, then you do that. It's just one more step in our procurement process that is focused on the environment.
and the update
Wait,
to the
I'm not
policy.
clear. Does that mean if the desks are less expensive but not environmentally on this list, you have to buy the more expensive one?
No, it's at the choice of the community.
Okay.
As a department head, it's my job or town administrator's job in the office to say, let's look at the state bid list. can we buy recycled paper more, cheaper than we can at whatever, WB Mason, off the state bid list. That's all it is. And we do similar to that as currently, but they have a specific group now on the state bid list that is focused on environmentally preferable products.
That's good. Great. I have a
It allows us to be eligible for more grant money if we adopt it.
That was my next
So
question.
if anything else, it's a zero sum. You
Yeah.
spend a little bit more, but you get a little bit more in grant money, and it's all comes out in the wash.
Yeah.
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 Scott, one thing I'm kind of curious about is it says, to meet the goals, you have to prioritize donation and reuse before disposal of goods or equipment. Are we thinking about maybe doing take it or leave it day again?
That is a take it or leave it leaning comment, and a lot of communities have it going regionalized for household hazardous waste, as well as take it or leave it. You can get a little bit of extra points on regionalization. I know the chief was talking about it on a much higher scale, but that's something we've been talking to our peer communities about, trying to get together. It also spreads the, lack of better terms, burden of managing those programs to other communities. We could do take it or leave it one year, one of our peer communities could do it the next year, and we both get the benefits of the, the regional checkbox on the grant application.
Oh, that's good.
Any further discussion from the board?
I have a motion. Ready? Okay. I move that the select board vote to adopt the Town of Northborough environmentally preferable product purchasing policy as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
Next on the agenda, select board liaison assignments. You should have a one-pager that has your name and the committees. Last year I found this to be interesting, having not had as much experience knowing how many committees we had. We have a lot of committees. Generally speaking, I kind of try to look workload and see if I could distribute the workload. Some committees, for all intents and purposes, don't meet.
Okay.
Many do. Like, for instance, Jeff, on yours, like the one that jumps out at me is super important is appropriations.
Yep.
Right, and then traffic safety committee is another one that's pretty active. But any
For some reason, I have an old one.
I don't do you?
No, you should have.
The old one was in the
yeah.
past.
Oh, this just
Okay.
came out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, take a look.
Okay.
Okay.
And if it's anything that's really important to you and you want to try to trade with a select board member, you're more than welcome to. This was me putting it together, trying to think of the workload and some of the backgrounds of folks and just trying to keep it even.
It will cost $5 to switch them.
I mean, it looks good
No.
to me. I mean, some of these things, I don't know what the meeting schedules are for all of these, so I don't know if they'll overlap, and I really can't go to one because it's at the same time, but I'll do my best.
I mean, personally, like, I find myself going to ones if there's a reason to be. I also find myself listening to them quite a bit on a walk.
Yeah.
And catching up and just putting it 1/2x speed and then emailing.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not as crazy as I'm looking at it, but it feels good. But then reaching out to the committee members, the chair, and if there's a reason to be, always that's an easy one. If they're like, hey, can you make this one? But I find the committees to be super productive and in a good working relationship, and so my experience has been all positive.
And this all gets, I assume this gets communicated out to these committees once we...
Yes.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. And I would say this, like, there can be stuff kind of lost. Like, I didn't know I was on Conservation Committee for 9 months. And that was, I looked at it and I never saw anything come through.
Yeah.
So, like, when you see these, they're just a bunch of names.
Yeah.
So, like, I would encourage you to kind of go on to the page, see who's chair, but you will see, like, many committees will reach out to you right away and say, welcome, and they'll send you, we meet on Tuesdays, and all the things you need to know.
Okay. All right, great.
We can make sure that happens. Yeah, they reach out to you.
Super.
And also, too, if you wouldn't mind saying to them that because we have several, that we can't necessarily attend all the meetings.
Yeah, I don't think they expect
It
you
could
to.
be an
like-
issue, maybe we want to go, but not all the time.
Yeah.
It's hard to attend all these.
In the past, we've had more important committee meetings and we've asked on the select board meeting to go for us because we can't make it either. So if they're really important, I would encourage us to work with each other and say, hey, this is a really important agenda item. I can't go for some reason. That can work as well.
Yeah, yeah. Right, true.
Okay.
Yeah, looks good.
Well, I don't feel compelled to trade anything with it.
You just
Is
don't
there
want to
something-
lose
is it-
your money.
I don't.
Yep.
All cash transactions.
That's right, that's right.
All right, Jeff, do you have a motion?
We have a motion, yes. I move the select board vote to approve the liaison assignments as presented as amended.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Cool.
Next on the agenda, 4 West Main Street update presented by Stephanie Bacon, Town Administrator.
Yes, so we have confirmation, Al Zahir and NRB, the two respondents from the 4 West Main bid, are excited. They're coming in our next meeting, the 22nd. The way I pictured the presentation, how the flow would be, they would just come in, they would talk about their ideas, how they see 4 West Main in their proposal package, and the discussions that you all could have with them. More topics would be financial capacity, project feasibility, we talked about that. We talked about their development experience, downtown vision and community benefits, parking relationship to Blake Street, timeline, project delivery, potential follow-up questions regarding, their financial feasibility. And I actually prepared a score sheet for them as well, just so we could keep everything fair, and we would be able to evaluate how you all thought about, one entity over another. And I can send you out examples, but do you have any thoughts?
What are you thinking in terms of time allotment to give some guidance to be kind of
I would say,
organized and crisp?
Well, for instance, tonight, they had about a half hour each, and that was plenty of time. I think a half hour between their presentation and discussion should probably be enough.
Do we want to, I thought it was nice having prepared questions tonight. Do we want to potentially,
Yeah,
if we
I can
have
do that.
specific questions?
If-
I'm sure more will come up as
Mhm.
they present to us, but if any of us have anything specific
Right.
going in there, I think we could submit questions to you, or?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is this separate again, like it was tonight? They each come in?
Yes, one's going to come in. I forget who's coming in first, but yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, but
we wouldn't preclude them from sitting in the audience.
That was
No, because
One or
this
the
is,
other.
I mean,
Sitting through the other one's
they both
presentation.
have different scopes, so they're different projects. It's not identical.
I'm trying to remember back to White Cliffs. I think they were in the room.
Yeah, they were.
Yes.
Both of them in,
Yes, that's my recollection.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be open to just giving them strong guidance, whether it's 30-minute max presentation plus 15 minutes Q&A or something where we can put structure around it.
Okay.
To give an idea of.
All right, that's a good idea.
Even, to your point, even, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud, to try and tighten these presentations up as much as possible. Do we potentially want to provide them with even more structure as to what we want to see out of that presentation? So as opposed to saying 15 minutes and 15 minutes, are there specific things, maybe things that we could submit beforehand again, that we would want them to focus on? Like
Right.
the financial viability, those kinds of things, we want them to specifically speak to those things,
That's a good idea.
right?
Mhm.
Basically, what I'm trying to get at is do we bucket out their presentations and say, look, these are the 3 or 4 key areas that we absolutely want you to focus
upon,
on,
yep.
so we don't get sort of lost in the sauce with them sort of presenting on some shiny object that really isn't that important at this stage.
If I recall correctly, I thought the RFP was structured for White Cliffs where it provided some sort of organization to answer the RFP components.
Yeah.
Yep, and this was too.
So there may
a way
natural,
to do
it may not, and then with one applicant for White Cliffs, it was just clear there were some real gaps, which we had a really transparent conversation on, which was part of the productive conversation, is to show the gap between how we were looking at it versus what the town was looking at for versus what they could do where their approach was.
Yeah.
So I did find it was productive with White Cliffs to kind of flesh out the proposals.
And I think it's important for you all to tell them, you're looking out for their best interest. You don't want them to fail either. You know, we need this to be a successful project, and,
Yeah, it should be open, honest, for sure.
yeah, absolutely. Okay, yep, so I'll get you guys some questions. I have them right here. I already wrote a bunch of them. Okay. And if you, so.
Yeah, if we have something.
If
we
you
can
have
submit it.
something,
Yeah.
let me know.
Yeah, I want to go back through the proposal.
You said that'll be at our next meeting?
Yes, the 22nd, yep.
And then after we listen to all of this, is our discussion in executive session?
Yes, it could be because it's regarding a negotiation on our property, yep.
Okay.
Next up, approval of meeting minutes, April 27, 2026, May 4th, 26, and May 18th, 26.
Question, though, I can vote on the May 18, right?
I think
My
so, it's
first
May 18th.
meeting. Yes.
Was that our first meeting, right?
Yeah, but I can't on the other two, so
can't on the other two.
maybe not lumping this into one motion is probably a good idea, because I have to abstain the first two,
Okay,
and I can vote on the May 18.
yep.
Giving me more work, Leslie, thanks.
They'll still want two of them together if you
Yep.
can get away with two versus three.
We'll see if I can get it going. I'll move, no other discussion about the minutes, guys? We're good?
None for me.
All right. I'll move that the select board vote to approve the meeting minutes of April 27th and May 4th as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 3-0.
Abstain, I don't know if you
Or
want to count.
two abstentions.
Abstain?
Abstentions.
Two, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I move that the select board vote to approve the meeting minutes of May 18th, 2026 as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Steph, reports.
Okay, I'll just give the highlights. The Colonial Fair and Memorial Day ceremonies were successfully held. Peasley Building Committee continues review of 4 remaining options in the B series. Town Hall closure for winterization for the second week, that has been canceled. They were able to do everything the first week, which is good. There will be a pilot Sunday brush drop-off. Hours implemented, it would be Sunday between 8 to 4 p.m. I say it's pilot because the police would be the ones operating the gate. Code Red transition is underway. Splash Pad opens June 13th. Mass DOT replacing the downtown tactile warning panels for the ADA Juneteenth, which is the 19th. They're right around there.
I saw people doing the ramps today.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Then
Oh, great.
they were ahead of the game. That's good. Glad to hear it. That summarizes it. If anyone wants my report, it's online, but it's I say a lot.
Very good clip.
And I think just
Yeah.
on just to kind of push on your update on the DPW and the brush. So the gate will be open Sunday 8 to 4. We're not going to change the sign. I'm going to pilot and not change the sign or put a policy in place, but it'll allow residents to be able to have Sunday, which is currently in addition to the hours, at no additional cost to the town.
Right.
So there's no additional manpower, which were the sort of the guiding tenets that we talked about in terms of if we could find a way to do it. So we'll pilot on Sunday. Chief Griffin's been very supportive, and it could be a win-win.
Yeah, that's
And
great.
residents, please don't get angry if the gate for some reason isn't open. It means the police are on a call and they couldn't get there, so priorities first.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steph.
You're welcome.
Any updates, Mike?
Yeah, so I was able to attend the Colonial Fair as well, and it was awesome. I thought that was a really great event. A little bit of a rumor that they might try and integrate some of that into Apple Fest, which I think would be good. I'm like, I don't want to wait another 250 years for this. Cannon and that sirloins there with the beer truck, it was great. And the food trucks and everything, and people dressed up and the vendors. It was really a really
I was the
a great
best
show.
dressed.
Yes, you killed it, Steph. Yeah. And then attending the Memorial Day event. Audibled into the Legion was great. Even though about the time we were all done, the sun came out, but who knew that was gonna happen. But we do have a Peaslee Building Committee meeting tomorrow night, where because of we basically have to land on an overall design for the new building, whether it's going to be like total new build or addition renovation. So that might be a fun one to tune into. That starts at 7 o'clock.
How long do those usually run?
The meetings themselves?
Yeah.
It went
This-
till 9:30 last time.
Yeah,
Couple hours at least.
yeah. It was a lot of discussion last time because that was part of the targets for the last meeting was to try and narrow down that B series. And B series is basically keeping neighborhood school, but how do we do that? Do we knock it down and build a new school, or do we do addition renovation in some form with what's currently there? So that's what was narrowed down, discussed fairly lengthy at the last meeting, and this meeting will be probably discussed again at length, but we have to vote and make a decision on it.
So are you voting on decisions, neighborhood versus pan town, or rebuild versus?
If you read my report,
Yeah.
I broke all the options down.
So consolidated is not on the table at this time, so it's keeping the neighborhood.
Okay.
So
Yep.
school consolidation is not in our purview.
So it's basically, are we going to build a new school, or are we going to go and remodel the school?
Right, and it's sort of looking at it, okay, are we going to build a brand-new school behind it, move the kids into it, and then knock down the old one?
Yep.
That's projected to be this kind of cost, or do you build, kind of similar to Lincoln, do you build an addition as much as you can, and then move the kids out, and then renovate what's left? When you're doing that, though, there's increased sort of one-time costs of, like, trailers and stuff like that, and none of that stuff
That
is
was
cheap.
rough. That was rough on that project, and those are not reimbursable by MSBA.
Right, so it's...
Trailers, they tend to run about 3 or 4 million probably.
Yeah, so there's a lot to weigh
Reimburse that.
about where we're where that will go. So, but that would be probably a good meeting. It might be a lengthy one, but might be a good one for folks to tune in on. And yeah, that's the end of my reports. So.
Yeah, my reports are the same two topics. 250th. I missed everyone here. I think
I
saw
know.
Leslie.
Saw you, yeah.
So Leslie and I saw each other, but I got there like at 1:15, and I couldn't
I left
find
at
you.
12:30.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they were out of my ties. I thought it was great. I mean, a lot of more cannons than I remember being advertised. They seemed like it was continually shooting cannons as opposed to on the hour.
Well, because people were paying.
I heard. So I think that $20 was probably worth it. And on the Memorial Day front, they just want to thank Karen Brewster for all she does and the work, and she puts so much into making that event work, and the creativity. That day, my son was volunteering for Legion for baseball, and they were doing something out there too. So it was cool to have actually that volunteer work and being there for that event. And Mike, I thought you did a really nice job in your prepared remarks, and I thought that I thought it went really well, and pivoting worked. I wasn't sure it was going to work, and I thought that went well.
My turn? So I just want to tell everybody, June 27th is Porch Fest. That's a Saturday, 12 to 6, with a rain date of June 28th. 50 musicians already at 20 different locations. Wow. So
that's great.
And just a big thank you to the volunteers who helped Lori Connors plant all those planters downtown with red, white, and blue. So
Yeah, they look nice.
that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Julian. Jeff?
You pretty much gave mine. I was going to point out that the Memorial Day event was a fantastic pivot. Mike, I thought you did a great job. Your remarks were outstanding. And I also just wanted to congratulate the class of 26 that graduated this weekend.
Oh, yay.
I was there as part of that. Pretty neat.
How early did you have to get there?
We were all right. Well, my wife wanted us there earlier than we ended up getting there, but about an hour early or so. It was great, and it was so nicely, easily organized. The way they did it was great. The weather held off. I thought we were going to melt on that field, but it was pretty cool. Pretty cool.
It wasn't cool, though. It was hot.
Hot and cool, and
Yeah, pretty
just
cool.
a tiny bit emotional.
Pretty cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's tough. That's a rough one. Okay. Yeah, Colonial Photo was great. It was a lot of fun. I congratulate that committee for working on that. One thing I just wanted to mention is that a resident had contacted me and asked me about the Housing Authority and why can't those meetings be live streamed. And I talked to you, and apparently it's because they're meeting in a place that doesn't offer that as an option in terms of
Right.
whatever the equipment
They
is
don't have
needed.
equipment like this, our smart TV and.
Yeah. Now, because that's not a committee that's under the auspices of the town, we can't tell the Housing
No.
Authority where to meet, but could we suggest? I don't know if you all are interested in that, but it's kind of a transparency issue because the person was saying, they're meeting at 4 and, I can't get there and there are no replays and, that kind of thing. So I thought, well, could we talk about it and just see if we could ask them if they would want to meet elsewhere. That would make it easier.
Yeah, if we had the space they may have to change their normal meeting night, but
Yeah.
if we had space
Oh.
at the library, here, even our downstairs conference room, we could accommodate that.
Okay. I don't know if y'all are interested in how do we go about that, to asking them if they'd be interested for that reason.
I would say it would probably go over better if there was support from the board to do that because of it. And is this coming up because residents requested?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
I've had similar.
Okay.
You've had
conversation.
the same thing?
I have as well.
You have
Yeah,
to?
from a transparency perspective.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I mean, or if they could even start with some level of recording only. I mean, it'd be nice to have it live streamed, obviously, but even if it could just be viewed later.
Replay that they could watch. Something, yeah.
Couple of
Well, but I think the whole point is that some of the residents can't, they can't get out to the meeting, and so to have it on, television or something is preferable. So do we want to,
Like
as a
consensus
board?
vote or something, or?
A motion of support to.
Oh.
No, I'm.
Oh.
Or by agreement,
By what?
by agreement,
Oh.
to support, or to ask, to request.
Well, it would just be you reaching out to the Housing
Right.
Authority saying, hey, do you want to look at our capabilities and your schedule and see if you can make it work?
That sounds
For that
easy.
reason, because we're
That
interested
sounds
in
easy.
transparency.
I can do that.
Do we have unanimous support from the select board?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think you could say
Okay.
you have unanimous support from the select board, and
Okay, thank you.
yeah, I think that's a good
Okay.
recommendation.
Yeah, if they say no, they say no, but at least it doesn't hurt to ask.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
you're welcome.
Raising it.
That ends my report.
Any public comment? It's quiet. Seeing no public comment, let's move to future agenda items. Joanne?
So it's so good to read minutes from way back when. We had talked about having a policy for short-term rentals, and I can't remember.
Yes, we were talking
You
about
had, I think you had mentioned that there was a state policy that maybe we could adopt.
Oh, you're saying like a template that's already.
There are, there's a lot of there's a lot of policy on this. Northborough is not exactly a destination place for Airbnbs, but it's still, they're out there.
They
But I
could
think that-
be. We have
Well,
elegant
with
banquets.
banquets, you may find that people may wish
Well,
to-
a woman just requested, she's looking into her zoning probably because of White Cliffs, I don't know.
I don't know. But I think, as it stands now, I think, I don't know if we have any requirements to list an Airbnb with the town. The state
Yes.
has one.
Yeah.
We talked about this briefly.
Thanks. Sorry
Yeah.
to jump in, but.
No, this is great.
You know, I know we talked about this a little while back about, you know, we do get paid an amount quarterly from the state, which is the short-term rental fees, which is it's tied into the hotel surcharge. So a number of years back, there was talk about an impact fee, a local option impact fee that could be passed on to short-term rentals. And we inquired with the state is how many people have, was in response to the short-term rentals like Airbnb and VRBO and things like that. So the requirement was that they would have to, register with the state and start paying a tax return. At the time we inquired, there was zero, nobody had registered and it was zero. Some time has passed, and I went back and asked the state again because they won't release to us. It's private information, income tax returns. So they can tell us who has registered and how many registrations. And there's 15 registered locations in number, including the two hotels. So.
Oh, including the two hotels.
So there's 13 operating. People that have registered. There may be people that are operating and not registered, but there's 13 that are registered.
Okay.
That's increased dramatically from the zero that we had previously. So.
Thank you.
I don't know. We never got back and talked about it again after the original conversation we had about it. But.
So I'm just asking that it's on a future agenda.
To work on
so
a
we-
policy,
yeah.
or, okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's the chicken or the egg, right? We don't have a thriving Airbnb, VRBO market based on registrations, and not clear to me if registrations encompasses all the, you could probably do a search on Airbnb and get a look at it.
And that would definitely fall under our purview or some other board or commission.
Well, I know I was thinking, I'm going to talk to Lori Connors anyway, because that's her forte, but if it was a policy, it would be the board.
Yeah, so if we wanted to look at having like a local fee, if we wanted to do something like that, then we'd have to discuss it. If we wanted to have, I don't know, different, more requirements versus the state requirements.
I'd like to review the state requirements first.
Maybe that's the next thing is to get better educated on what, and I don't know if there's
What's
someone
available.
from the state that, or if there's a way to do that.
I can try to pass through some links on information about it.
Yeah.
There's a local option meeting. Town meeting would have to adopt it, but a 3% community impact fee that is an option.
For a fee to a revenue fee.
Yes.
Yep, understood, yep.
Well, fees aside, remember this came up because there was an issue with one of the rentals, and it caused a problem in the neighborhood.
Yeah, no, we had a pretty well-known problem.
Yeah.
With the rental.
They're like local and national business. Those mega
properties can be dangerous, for sure.
Might be big.
Yep.
So if there's something that, we can include in the policy that,
Sure, I'll send along the links.
great. Thank you. And one more thing.
Yeah, please.
So we all, I think, got an email from a resident about that article from the 2024 town meeting about parking, leasing
I saw that.
from the state. So I guess we never did anything about it, or?
Oh, the 2024 town meeting vote?
Right.
Oh. I don't
Oh, the
think
church?
Leasing part of Route 20
Oh.
for parking.
The $10,000.
Yeah.
That was the Trinity Church had offered to provide us, provide us parking.
How many spots?
I think they have like 80 or something, and
80?
I don't know if they
Yeah,
were
that-
going to
those
give
numbers
us
can
80
work.
or, I can look back into that, but, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'd love to work with them. Okay, all right,
Right.
that's it for me.
Yeah, no, I think that, yes.
Just to remind. I have an item for
Oh,
future agenda.
I have something too. Yeah, go ahead, yep.
You sure? Do you want me to go?
No, absolutely, go
Okay.
ahead.
Future agenda item, the pledge. we need to discuss it because it is an issue that is being discussed right now in town. It's on Facebook. The Community Advocate did an article. They included a poll that's online. We've gotten some emails from some residents, and then we had a resident speak at our last meeting. So I think it's not something that we can just pretend isn't being discussed. I think it's important we have it on the agenda for some sort of discussion and decision about how we want to handle that.
Is there a citizen's petition, or is it just, I mean, if you want to take it as a select board member and it's important to you and you want to prioritize that, I mean, I totally respect that.
Yeah. Oh, it's not a petition, no.
But if you if you want to champion it as the discussion as a select board member, then yeah, we can totally put it on for discussion.
I'd agree with Leslie. I mean, just, we did get a significant amount of emails on it. I mean, probably almost up there with sort of any other topic we would get emails on. You know, and I don't know if you or Jeff got all of them because they started coming in maybe before you guys were on the email list.
I've seen a couple come through, yeah.
A couple of, yeah.
Two, yeah.
But, so, yeah, I mean, I think it's worth, a discussion. Obviously, there's a lot of important things that need to be discussed, but for a lot of people, this is important. So I think it's worth to bring up at a future agenda.
At least we don't have to buy a flag.
There we go.
If we're going to put it on the agenda, I would encourage everyone to read about the history of the pledge.
I also, the thing I want to be cognizant of, and just, I mean, I would really don't want this to make it divisive. This can become divisive, and even though it is under the cloak of not being divisive, it can become divisive. And I just want to, and I think everyone here is a civil servant and patriotic, and I think we all love our country, and I think that I don't think there's anyone suggesting that the select board members don't. There are just other people on the other side that it's divisive for them to go and see this, and so we got to be careful in terms of overleaning into social media and other things, and just that's all. And I think it is worth if we feel it is worth bringing to the select board, because we've had people come and express a strong desire for us to do this. Fully supportive of it. I mean, we should put those on the agenda of discussions, but I just want to be really pragmatic on what can look like is not a divisive thing can become a divisive thing.
Yeah.
You're right.
Well, it's just something putting on to discuss.
Yeah, that's
all.
and
It's not an agenda item now, so we can't do it now, but
completely agree.
we could do it at that point.
Yeah, thank you for raising it.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, I appreciate that.
Our next agenda is also pretty packed. We have, for West Main, a bunch of other things I'm trying to recall, but I know it's pretty full.
Deliberation on the fire chief.
The fire chief, thank you. So the police chief and I both have a contract. So our COLAs need to be reviewed by the board in executive session. I didn't know if you wanted to do that next Monday, so it's an off night of our meeting. And we could also, at the same time, do a briefing for the fire MOA, the memorandum of agreement, and also, well, I think that's it. Possibly in a review of
The current.
litigation.
How long do you think we'll need, Steph?
I think we would need probably 2 hours.
Okay.
With everything.
In person? You're talking about next Monday?
No, we can do it remote.
Oh.
Yeah, it works well remote for
Remote?
executive sessions.
Okay. Oh, all right. Are you talking next Monday?
Monday the
Yeah,
15th.
if you guys could do
It
Monday.
works for me. I don't know about others.
I can do it.
I can do it.
And we're open to any time.
I could go as early as 5. And I could do
hours?
later. That's not.
Yeah, I could probably do 6.
Works.
That's
If
okay.
we're remote only, I could do 6.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
The other thing, I mean, we need to actually go and put our meeting calendar together too.
Yes, I made a note of that.
Yeah, so we know we got the 22nd, but we just got to get our calendar for the rest of the year.
Okay. Yep, meeting.
What's typically been done for the summer months? Remember how we used to just do one meeting?
Once, well, no, that's what typically.
Is that what, okay.
Well, we had a lot of executive sessions last summer. Like, we
Oh,
didn't really get those summer hours during the summer last year.
That's what I was wondering about.
There was some lifting.
Yeah, yeah.
There was some heavy lifting
We
going
earned
on
those
last summer.
stipends.
But I think we have a lot to cover, so I think, but generally we don't do every 2 weeks in the summer
Yeah.
for the peak summer vacation
Yeah.
schedules.
July and August.
Yeah, July and
July
August.
and August, yeah.
We typically
So
do
you,
one.
you have to use your discretion on the agendas.
Agreed. Yep. We'll start with kind of look at the maybe on the 22nd. We'll look at the calendar, get those in. We'll
We'll
look
have
to
pro-
see
yeah, we'll
the
propose
cadence
dates.
and
Yep.
what's in front of us. Like even
Right.
even with just the pledge comment, we took economic development off tonight because we wouldn't have enough time. So like we are in important trade-off time where we're thinking of matters that affect town business. So there's a little bit of, like, my commitment is to put on the 22nd unless we get, and it won't be to dodge it, but if 22nd looks unbearable, that could go out another select board meeting. Yeah, we definitely had to make some hard calls on this agenda.
I understand, as long as it's not getting kicked down the road.
No,
too
no,
far.
no, not the intention at all.
But I understand what your intention is, yes.
Yeah, but if we start reducing how many times we meet and
Yeah.
we start, like, that's going to have a cost of doing some of
Yes.
the things that,
Yes.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Any other business for the board? We got Monday, the 15th at 6. Let's get it 6 to 8.
Executive session
Executive session.
and remote.
And then let's,
We have the potential for the transfers on the 22nd, correct? That's still on the first one.
no.
I don't need to.
No, please.
Jam up your agenda even more, but on the 22nd, there's the coming issue of the year-end transfers, where we're
Yep.
going to try to close the gap on the snow and ice deficit that the town has coming out of the winter this year. So we, in the interest of efficiency, we would want that to be that agenda item on the select board's agenda to be a joint hearing or joint meeting with the appropriations, so that they could transfer the balance of the appropriations reserve fund to cover a portion of that deficit. But
And it has to be on the 22nd, yeah.
it doesn't have to be the 22nd, but they are planning to do it on the 22nd. So
All right, I'll make it
most
work.
efficient
Yep.
to-
Yeah, we should definitely do it on the 22nd,
Yeah.
because then we'll get into July.
Yeah.
It does- So far, the only thing that we know of that we would be making transfers for is to cover the snow and ice, so.
That's it?
That's the good news, but anything, we'll be looking closely to see if anything else pops out.
And that'll help us close down the fiscal year.
That'll help us close the
Yeah.
fiscal year. And more importantly, we won't be carrying that deficit over to the next year, because that's the only thing we're allowed to overspend for, which is the snow and ice, and that the remedy for not closing it with transfers is carrying it into the next year's tax rate, and, you know.
And I think we reduced our reserves to 150 grand for appropriations reserve for 2027, not for 26.
For 27, it's 175.
175, and it was more in 26. It was like,
26 is 175 as
oh,
well.
it was, okay, it was same.
Yeah, so-
Oh, I think you're thinking of the stabilization.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, because snow and ice used to be 150 for the longest time.
Yeah, well, we've almost every year sought a snow and ice transfer from the reserve fund.
Yeah.
So there's been other transfers as well that have come from it in
Mhm.
more recent years. There's been legal services has frequently gone over in recent years.
Yeah.
I do want to mention too that there's news of the governor passing a supplemental. It's both houses, both parts of the legislature have passed the law, providing more funding to cover cities and towns' snow and ice, so the deficit may not be as bad when we come on the 22nd, depending on whether the governor signs the bill or not. So, so anyway, that's some good news that I just learned of today.
Right.
Speaking of that, what is the extending, like, restaurant hours and bar hours
For
for
the
the
World Cup?
FIFA?
It's a World Cup,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Affect
so,
Northborough?
what?
Does that affect our town?
Well, I don't know.
I mean,
Should we talk to?
I know it's absolutely
Chief Griffin.
Boston area,
Yeah,
and people are
I
going
think it might be a
crazy.
Boston
Yeah.
thing.
It is.
Just for the hotels
But
and the people coming
that's
into
going to be a
town.
statewide thing, right? That
Might be.
I think they are opening it up to everybody, but,
It's temporary, though, it's not permanent. Isn't it
oh, right,
temporary?
of course, yeah.
Right,
And
right.
like Jeff said, of course, it has to be around where the cup is being held, Foxborough, so,
Oh, and the hotels in Boston and stuff.
in Boston, and, right.
And viewing parties, I think those places
Yeah,
too?
viewing parties too, you're
Yeah.
right.
I forget what they listed two in an email I saw today, 2 places, towns.
Okay.
I mean, it would mostly affect the police department, right?
Yeah, police, possibly fire, like EMS calls, and, yeah. They're working on it. Our fire department has been following it carefully, as well as the police. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, they're having, like, MEMA is involved. They're making sure that they have all of the emergency preparedness protocol in place, and that we have enough people, because of course they're going to be pulling from all over for details, and police and fire.
But no extra cost to us, right?
Backup, well, no, it hopefully won't be cost, but yeah, we have to be careful of our manpower and making sure, we're not running too thin.
Okay. Mr. Chair, would you like a motion to adjourn?
And just, I guess, one more just housekeeping item is end of the day Friday for these a good target?
Oh, good point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to
that
get
would
you
be
our
great.
evaluations, like, is that reasonable?
Yeah, that's
Is that reasonable
absolutely
for select board members?
Yes, what do you want back exactly? Just those forms?
Yes, just
And that's
the
it? Do you want the folder
scoring.
back? Do you want all the papers that were in it? Just the forms?
So
Yes,
either
just the
drop off or
forms. Yep.
electronically send?
Either,
Either, yeah.
yep.
Would you be working on it on the weekend? I'm not sure I can get it done. I could get it done by Monday morning, but would you be looking at it over the weekend?
That's fine.
Okay.
Let's do Monday morning.
Yeah, Monday morning's fine, and
Okay.
then I have a whole week, and then 22nd, yeah.
Okay, so we're just dropping off the 3 sets of papers. That's it?
That scoring card?
Yes.
Yes.
The 3 sets. Okay.
Yep, and I think each set's about 3 pages.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, would you like to make a motion?
I would. I move that the select board vote to adjourn the meeting at, that's not the right time, 10:58 PM.
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Everybody.
Very good.
Thank you.